keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on. Keep the flame on.
Hi from Unity, thank you so much for coming to the interview. In your last round you lost against Colessier. They are in a pretty good form right now. So how was the match like and what was the main problem in your gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, we started strong in first map, then like somehow it slipped out. And, you know, in these kind of games, especially as you said, if they are in good form, if you just lose some bad rounds, they will just take advantage and they're gonna close out. I think as a stand-in, we are like playing good and I'm happy. Especially yesterday, we just qualified for another tournament and we are not out yet. Still, today we have game, so I think we will do our best to qualify.
That was pretty much my next question, because I wanted to ask what is the atmosphere in a team like right now, because it's a turbulent time for Team Unity, many stand-ins coming in, coming out. So what is the atmosphere with the guys?
Yeah, I mean, I like the atmosphere. People are, how to say, happy. Maybe like because me as an IGL, as a stand-in, I like to be as a family, so I make jokes, I try to lift the atmosphere up. So I think everyone is enjoying, everyone is doing our best. But as I said, as a stand-in, it's like maybe the best we can do, you know.
For you as a team, for Team Unity, it would be a pretty huge deal to qualify to Prague, since it's almost the hometown of the organization. I know it's not really, but almost. So how big of a deal it is for you and for the rest of the team?
Yeah, to be honest, I want to give, I always give my best, but you know, same as they did to me yesterday, they qualify for my, for tournament, which is in Kosovo. I'm gonna play in front of my home crowd, and I want to do my very best even 200% to try to qualify for this tournament, because I know it means a lot to them, and as you said, it's something special. So I will try my best.
Yeah, that would be great. And today you are playing in a do-or-die match against MOUZ NXT. The team played, the Unity played against them a month ago. So how do you think the team changed, the time change, and what is your best chance to do in today's match?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's better to focus in our game, because as we say right now, we are not like some players has been changed, moved in and moved out, and I think the best is to focus in our strength rather than trying to like anti-strat them or something. So I think this is main focus for now, to just focus on our game, and if you play our game like, because we have been practicing for some time, just a little, and if you play our game, I think we're gonna beat them.
Good luck with that, Dan. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match.
Thank you.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati,
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the final day of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague Swiss stage. Today we'll lose 2 more teams, but we'll find out which 6 will be battling it out in the play-in stage for those last 2 tickets to land. If this sounds confusing to you, don't worry. My name is Luba. You got my co-caster Pronogo right here, and we'll break everything down for you today. How are we doing, Pronogo?
I think today's going to be a great day, Yuba, so I'm feeling very solid. I'm also thinking that you said it yourself, 2 teams will be saying sayonara to in very short order. We've got 2 more best-of-3s before we enter into the play-in stage, which we'll get a fancy graphic for up soon. One thing to note that these are actually the last 2 matches of the entire Swiss stage. So you look at Unity, you look at MOUZ NXT battling it out in our first series. Of course, Walczaki and Clutchain, Scream and the boys are going to be duking it out to finish things off. But we're kicking proceedings off with a pretty interesting matchup that honestly, I kind of find reasons for both of these 2 squads to win in terms of what would be awesome, what would be epic. The problem is, I really don't think that there's too much to put your stock into for MOUZ NXT when they got to get a coach in, because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news lately, but MOUZ's main roster has actually just had a little bit of a shakeup, and Zelix is no longer representing MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, he'll be playing for the main lineup. Again, a chance for him to showcase his skills on a Tier 1 stage. Last was the case last year in Katowice when he stood in for the MOUZ main lineup, first playing for MOUZ NXT the rest of the time. And now he's going to get a full-blown opportunity to showcase himself, of course, in the main lineup. And it's a bit of a weird moment to do just that. If you're MOUZ NXT, you must feel gutted. One of your best players, arguably your best player, leaving the lineup. The coach, LMBT, who's 38, needs to stand in for the academy team alongside Fleerax that only recently joined. And we'll see, of course, how long he will stay with MOUZ NXT. It's a very weird situation. Unity, on the other hand, you got a lot of good narratives for them, especially given the fact that the last time we got Conquest of Prague, we lost Sinners, who were sort of the top dogs heading into the Conquest of Prague. You would really expect them to go to the Prague LAN. They couldn't do it. They won a LAN elsewhere, but they couldn't actually make it to their hometown. Of course, now you got Unity sort of uniting the Czech and Slovak regions, attempting to go to Prague. Of course, being it May, it will be a very difficult day for them.
Well, that's the main thing that always gets me about the team named Unity. Of course, they are uniting different countries, different nations, but let's be real, their roster themselves, I mean, it says it all that one of the mascot players here for Unity is not even wearing a Unity roster, not even wearing a Unity jersey, rather. They constantly have a churn to them. I feel like both of these squads that are on display recently and historically have had churn, had those changes over time. And indeed, you see here, Too High, the man we heard from in the interview, talking about how, yeah, even though we have stand-ins, even though we change up our roster a lot, we just try to have it be a sort of camaraderie, a sort of family where we're all making jokes and we're all feeling loose and good. And so we probably will expect to see less on the tactics, more on the pugginess, more on the, play by feel, especially on the T side when it comes to Unity. And that can net them some nice wins when you're up against a chaotic squad on the other side, which is exactly the matchup that we have here with MOUZ NXT roster on display. Of course, we had a moment where, you see Fleerax there. He was originally going to be replaced by LMBT when MOUZ NXT NXT needed to stand in at the start of this competition, and then FleerX steps in and says, no, I'll be the guy. Well, they can't do that 2 times in a row. So now finally we get to see the man, the myth, the legend, the coach, the manager. He's going to be in on the lineup, on the server, playing as opposed to watching. And I guess he can still call timeout, so there is that. But, besides the fact that he can run his mouth for longer, I'm wondering what the game plan is going to be. And I'm sure that, like, mental game-wise, they're fine. This is not a situation where I think the MOUZ players in particular are going to be thinking, man, we got this bum over here. It's their coach. They're going to have respect for him. But I do have some real question marks about, like, how do you make it so that he's not going to be, used and abused on those sites? And when you're thinking about the CTB defense on Mirage or whatever, wherever we end up going in the veto, that's something that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see how he fits in the team. He, as if I recall correctly, he played a few games so far for MOUZ NXT, and of course his fragging was on the negative side, but of course we'll see what today brings. Maybe an opportunity for MOUZ NXT, and I would say that this would be a MOUZ NXT upset should they get the win against Unity. Ancient will be the first map that we will be seeing today, followed by Mirage, and of course all that's left is for us to find out what our decider, should we need it, will be. It's going to be Dust 2. So I would say that both teams should be happy with this. It's a bit puggy, but both of them are in a situation where puggy is good in this case. You got Unity on one side. They've been changing up their roster a little bit. You got Marisco sometimes playing, sometimes not. Same goes to Corverts. Of course, Too High always there to sort of help the organization. MOUZ NXT having to play with the coach. And I would say that this 3-map pool that we might have actually on display today will be very interesting. And I think that both teams could be happy. You got even odds. And I think, Bronago, this says it all.
Well, this is really interesting, and also the odds are not so out of pocket to say that map 1 will be a long one. Really interesting, those betting odds brought to you by Tipsport. The thing about those odds telling us that this is an even game is that apparently, since LMBT has played a number of matches already, they're banking on the idea that MOUZ are fine. The MOUZ are going to be all right. MOUZ NXT are going to handle this just fine, and we see it on the screens there. The game is set to start. Pretty soon we'll have an answer as to whether or not that even bet was a wise one. I think Unity have a lot to do here that should work out in their favor. MOUZ NXT, on the other hand, starting on the defense, all eyes are going to be on LMBT here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick off proceedings on Ancient.
It's time for our first map of today, MOUZ NXT versus Unity. Pronogo, you said it yourself, MOUZ NXT, of course, unsurprisingly starting on the defense. A quick smoke towards Red Room, didn't really land where they wanted to, and FleerX might have an opportunity. They're going to go straight through the smoke, not going to see the player of MOUZ NXT, but he's going to get his head mulled off, and now some trouble for the MOUZ boys. As they're losing HP, they're losing manpower, and everything goes Unity's way so far, as they've already looking for a situation where they can put a foothold onto the site. No need. They're just going to claim all the kills, and it will be a Unity round 1 to begin things.
Yeah, well, there you go. FleerX had a play, but he actually was being watched as he attempted to exit the smoke. That is not a play you see every day. The fact that people go through these mid-smokes or any sort of smoke and just have a sixth sense, they realize, wait a second, we're grouped up, we got plenty of players, I'm just going to watch in case somebody walks out. And there he was, yeah, Mikey looking backwards. Why is he looking backwards? That's what you have to wonder, but everybody else had his back. There was no concern of a trade. Just one of those situations where FleerX, unlucky, honestly.
Yeah, a bit of an unlucky situation. Maybe an anti-sec from Unity. A force buy for MOUZ NXT as they're looking to put these pistols to use. Somebody is running in the molly. Kurt's left on 14 HP. He'll get disposed of and Too High down. So is the bomb. A lot of trouble now for Unity as MOUZ NXT have also picked up a rifle. Look at FleerX. W Gaming as he exits a main, and so much space acquired by the side of MOUZ NXT. Woozy helping to bring it back into a 3v3. Still an opportunity here for Unity, but you don't know where the CDs are, Pronogo. You got to check every crevice, every angle. Otherwise, you might get caught with your pants down.
Show me the 38-year-old Deagle headshot from LMBT. He's teed it up. He's lined it up. Oh, he doesn't get it. He does tag him once, but it ends up being OP dust. All right. All right, I'll have my fun a little bit later. Mikey and Neofrag, on the other hand, not in a great situation. An excellent flash from the coach. It allows Nicodian to clear Mikey out and leaves us in a 1 versus 2. Neofrag could make this happen. Certainly wants to go into Prague, represent. Would be one of the only hometown heroes at that point. If Unity makes it in, he clears LMBT immediately inside cave, and now he can make a run for it. Had the right idea, reaction time not with the old man, and well, OP Dust is actually holding back. It looks like he wants to maybe flank through the same exact position, banking on the idea that Neofrag may not end up going to the other bomb site, and well, he's not got a lot of time left to continue baiting out. He's so paranoid, but he will get that bomb planted.
Yeah, no kit for OP Dust. That's a problem, as he's going to have to make a long rotate to even get to the bomb. What do you do here if you're the Portuguese player? You got to check every angle. Neofrag could be residing everywhere you look. Halftime ticked off the bomb. It's only just the job of Neofrag to wind out the clock. No, he's just going to swing. Gets the headshot, gets the clutch for himself. A statistic to be pointed out as Unity grabbed their second.
Yeah, that one's going to sting a little bit. You know, obviously LMBT set him up with a flash, but Nicodian kept jousting for a little bit of damage afterwards in that short area. And then he got wasted by Neofrag to begin with. That smoke behind him blocks LMBT from helping him out in any capacity. And then they do a wise decision of falling back a little bit and just saying, okay, here I'm going to hold on. Yeah, I got cave, you got the site itself, but as soon as LMBT falls, it's anybody's round, as they say. Execute coming in, try to clear the short position. Nicodian gets clotheslined immediately on entry. There's an attempted re-aggression on the other side, but it's immediately punished. This B-Crunch not helping out the way that they wanted it to. LMBT caught slipping. We're probably going to say that a lot in this map as Quartz puts him down, and it's just Fleerax versus 4 and only a 5-7 to boot.
Yeah, not really anything that Fleerax can do here, bar for hunting down a gun and maybe stealing it away for next round. Every little dollar could be of use for MOUZ NXT CT side, but Unity will be grabbing their third. And a very solid round to boot, that previous one being all kinds of shaky. Now they can get some money for themselves, put it in their back pocket, and have a bit of a nest egg to continue this map.
Yeah, honestly, Unity are definitely feeling fine as of right now. I think being able to select the T side here on Ancient to start things off on their own map pick, it allows them to set the pace in a way that I'm not so sure MOUZ NXT ended up wanting to go for the CT side. At the end of the day, is that going to be a mistake? They don't get a chance to put themselves in the driver's seat and really test Unity's defense until the second half, at which point, what if it's already too late? What if Unity have already strung together way too many rounds? Early days, but the economy, the purchases, the money that has been spent here for the CTs, it does put them in a bit of a brittle position, and they didn't escape with any weapons. They didn't escape with any equipment. There's a full wipe every round, so remember that when you're thinking about the math here. As we go into round number 4, you got rifles, but your utility's a little bit limited. I don't see a single kit. This is looking like there could be a problem in the long game, unless MOUZ NXT stabilize in a big way here.
They're going to have to do so. This round could be crucial, otherwise this first half could start running away from them sooner than they anticipated. So these rifles have to be put to good use. They got 5 M4s, but as you said, no kit should they need it. That might cause some trouble, and Fleerax knows what's up. He needs to play it aggressively as he opens up the scoring in round number 4. That's a man advantage now for MOUZ NXT. Let's see if they can put it to use and actually bring this one over the line.
Yeah, it's a good start. Fleerax helping out in a pretty big way, actually, because it immediately cuts the aggression Unity might have been planning on. They're going to stabilize here and do a little two-man swing, but there's 2 men on the other side, and oh, it's an easy lineup. No worries whatsoever as 2 more Unity members fall without a single trade to report. Now, Mikey and Neofrag once again cast into a 2vx, but listen, 2v5 is a little bit of a different story, and OP Dust scampers away past the bullets. Mikey's found the coach otherwise, so LMBT's going to hit the deck. More an early warning sign than anything, but that does put the bomb headed towards A. And at the same time, at the very least, Neofrag clears 1 more member off the tally. So this is now a 1-on-3 with the bomb planted. Mikey's got himself a flash and an HE and a whole lot of angry defenders.
Yeah, but only 23 HP for Mikey. He cannot miss a bullet, and it seems to be like they're just everybody's around him. It's going to be a quick and easy frag for Nicodian as MOUZ NXT get their first on the board. A very good round. One thing I do have to argue against is Neofrag trying so early to peek towards CT spawn, or rather from CT spawn to get that frag. Maybe if Mikey was allowed a little bit more time to plant the bomb, post himself in a better situation, could have been a different story for Unity, but it's going to be a long map. At least judging by the start, as MOUZ NXT hit back hard, grabbing their first, and will be looking for more.
Definitely looking for more here. At the very least, Mikey and Neofrag are doing fine on the fragging side. You can see also that as this early into the lineup, we don't have a huge success story on the other side of it. MOUZ NXT still waiting to ramp up their kill counts. Bit of an artillery strike towards short, doesn't find any victims. Nicodian lost in the smoke a little bit, and LMBT pushing mid. Well, I guess if they're not looking at you, it's fine. A little bit of an overcorrection, and Nicodian, well, maybe that's why he was lost in the smoke, trying to get over there to help his coach out. He ends up falling. What starts off as maybe what could have been a really nice play there from the coach doesn't end up working out at all for MOUZ NXT, and now looking very shaky in the 3v4.
Yeah, of course, just looking to make some noise toward the other side while his teammates will be sieging A. Flarex, the only line of defense. Solid angle. Let's see if he can at least find the first. Would make his teammates' job easier, but everybody's going the other way. Flarex might lose his head. OP Dust will. Flarex, a few missed shots cost him as he only finds one, and that's not enough. Ayuk left in 1v3. The bomb has only just been planted. He does have a kit, but committing to this would be a bit of a suicide mission. So he does decide to save his gun. It will be number 4 for Unity.
Yeah, and only Flarex really has any money built up at this point. This does show you exactly what I was talking about 2 rounds ago, where MOUZ NXT just haven't kept the manpower, haven't kept the money alive in this round, in this game so far. One of the things you're going to watch out for is if the CTs live with at least 3 members every round, then 2 members can drop and 1 player can bank the money. And that's why Flarex has a little bit more cash here. If you keep doing that long enough, then you don't ever end up in a situation where a bunch of players are going to have to force or just not invest that much. Maybe only be dropped sidearms or something like that. This is a really important thing to keep in mind for the CT economy. Obviously, Valve did buff it somewhat recently with the kill rewards and stuff, but just keep that in mind. This is a really difficult situation for MOUZ, and I don't see them getting out of this economic hole anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. Though the op will be in Flareax's hands, 3 M4s to boot. That OP Dust MP9 could still be very dangerous for Unity, so still something to do something with, as it will be an alien for the side of Unity, and Neofrag opens things up. Ayuk a freebie as he brings it back into a 4v4. Of course, we talked about this, Pronogo. It's always an advantage for the teams, but Flareax with the op. That's a nice flick onto Vertz's head, and that's now another +1. There you go. The op not missing a beat as Mikey and Too High are left alone in a 4 versus 2. Somebody is going to have to make some heroism happen. Mikey does have the bomb on his back, and all of the CTs are toward the side, so it might actually allow Too High to make some space towards B. It's only just a matter of question, will he do it fast enough? As you can see that OP Dust is on the rotate already. 60 seconds on the clock. The CT's already figured out what's up, and they will be rotating back. It's just a matter of will Unity get to the site fast enough. They're expending the last of their utility as they try to make their play, and they'll be looking to plant the bomb before the CTs can rotate. They're
CTs are here. Yeah, this is going to be a problem as these smokes start to fade. You don't even really need to worry too much about, oh man, all that chip damage. You don't need to worry too much about the smokes if they're already ticking down by the time you guys arrive. Oh, and look at that little flank from AOK. Everything just fine. Too High has found 2 before he is traded back. So at least some more economic damage. Only 2 members of MOUZ NXT have stayed alive now after the back of that. And again, a round that was won or lost based on that AWP, literally down to the last frag, ended up being so impactful. Flarex, the stand-in, certainly standing out here on Ancient, especially when you give him his preferred weapon. something that we got to watch out for in the long run here is how often can he hold on to that? We were talking about economy so much recently. He did manage to squeeze out the sniper, but that first frag was probably the most impactful. It allowed everything else to be set up, and there's no chance Unity thought that the op would be out now.
Yeah, caught him off guard a little bit, especially with that first kill. The second one, they should have saw it coming. Well, at least we get to see Selix on the Tipsport graphic. So don't bet on him. Or rather, if you're going to do, bet under, because he's not going to find any kills in this one.
Does it just transfer over to LMBT, I wonder? In which case, still bet under. Yeah. He's got one.
Bit of a difficult buy for Unity here. OP does just sees a player through the pixel gap and he'll pull back. A lot of space acquired by Unity. Fleerax hits his shot again with the op, but now Unity can stretch their legs towards CT spawn. 2 players defending the A-bomb site, but both of them from Donut. He brings it back into a 4v4, and now this round is starting to complicate Prono. On the lurk. Adds insult to injury, and now what do you do if you're Unity? Do you want to go back to B? It seems like that will be the case. Fleerax now going over the F4, completely blind, finding the kill. Still something to happen in this one, especially now when OP Dust brings it into a 2v2. Can they plant a bomb? That's the question. Not too safe for them. They still don't know if CT spawn is empty, I think. Somebody could have rotated back, but both CTs going through ramp. First one dealt with, and now it's time for LMBT to shine. Looking for the first and finding him. Left on good enough HP. Can he check out Neo Frag? Looking to get that 1v1. Not going to go Coach's way as Unity hits 5.
I was so ready to believe, but the problem is that was an aim test, not a game sense test. And LMBT can't quite pass those yet. Struggle with some execution there. You said it was an awkward buy for Unity, and it certainly was. It was made more so when the AWP picks the first player who happens to have a gun. Meanwhile, I think it was Woozy with just a deagle, had no hope of even doubling back to recover that. They were in such an awkward position. Funnily enough, the only player that was in position on A in Donut was LMBT. That's who they feared so much that they rotated back over. So putting some respect on his name at the very least. And now he's got the CZ. Nicodian's already found a frag. This flash is really good, but somehow they're still piecing out the kills together, and not a single Unity member will fall after that first frag.
For a minute there, it looked a bit dangerous for the side of Unity. Fleerax will get dealt with, and it will be another round for Unity. Of course, MOUZ NXT can go back to a bye in the next. But now this first half already looks to be running away from them. They're going to have to train together a few rounds, Pronogo.
Yeah, that's a big problem, actually. When you look at the way that the matches have gone, most recently for MOUZ NXT, you mentioned that maybe a couple of matches had been played with LMBT on the lineup, and they are missing Zelex, not just in terms of fragging, but stability on the CT side, knowing that somewhere there's going to be a player playing a little bit further forward. That's not something that LMBT is doing, understandably so. Okay, going to throw down that smoke and try to block this approach, but he knows his days are numbered as Woozy ends up with that impressive entry. Nicodian, quick on the response, expected the peek. Doesn't quite get Quartz, though. His first couple bullets hitting the wall. Well, he's replaced by OP Dust, who will end up fragging, but there's more where that came from, both in terms of players and utility on the side of Unity.
Yeah, and MOUZ NXT, you don't have a kid, even though it's a 3v3, still a possible round. You're going to have to hurry up if you want it, as bomb has already ticked a half, and you can see that they're contemplating saving what they got. The smoke, they want to go too high, completely blind, recovers just in time, and takes care of LMBT. No chance for OP Dust, and Fleerax tucks his tail and runs. It will be a 7 for Unity.
And once again, MOUZ NXT bought down to almost the last dollar on all of their players. How are they supposed to afford any response? They might have been maxing out their loss bonus a little bit here, but there's only so many rounds in the first half, even if this had still been 1st to 16 like in the old days. Not looking very good here. MOUZ NXT take a timeout. At least I would assume it's theirs, because they need to talk over their game plan. One of the things that we haven't seen yet is a really big CT aggression, some sort of heavy push. We've seen individual plays where, as a response, a bunch of the CTs will start pushing out. maybe out of A, maybe out of mid, but for the most part, they haven't grouped up and tried to crunch on a position. We saw a little bit of a shadow of a play on a force buy. That's probably what we're going to need to see, something like that here again. Is it going to be B? Is it going to be mid? These are the two common places to go. They just don't have enough to push Unity away. They've already won the first half with 7 rounds, and we're only into round 10. We've got 3 more to complete before the first half.
And Neofrag fragging out 12-2. He's a big nuisance for MOUZ NXT. Fleerax opens up the scoring, but gets dealt with pretty quickly. Nicodian's just behind the smoke, so this is a site that belongs to Unity, though he gets another frag for his team. Still an opportunity here for MOUZ NXT, especially with Neofrag on such low HP. Too high, looking for the kill, and he'll find it. Controlling the situation a little bit, but still a heck of a lot more work left to be done for the side of MOUZ NXT if they actually want to get to this site. 3 versus 3. Neofrag needs to be careful, just waiting for the time to go off as much as possible before they engage into the MOUZ NXT players. Now a double swing comes into CT. Neofrag gets that frag, and too easy for Too High as he gets a double in the end of the round. It will be a number 8 for Unity as they're stacking these T-side rounds on H very quickly, Pronago.
Yeah, they sure are. And that will indeed give MOUZ the necessary cash to buy a full round of utility, a full setup. Something that we need to see a little bit more of from them is stability in those early situations. Unity just consistently are able to trade their way into a bomb site and then take so much control. MOUZ NXT don't yet have the protocols for retakes. They can have the protocols on individual plays, but coordinating with a coach is a very different story than their standard lineup. That was already a bit of a weakness for them when Fleerax was just standing in. Now, LMBT's once again going to just find a player walking out of mid. This time, a great prize. Neofrag's 3rd death of the map. He will not increase to 15 kills this round. And it looks like OP Dust is going to steal away that AK-47. Not a single bullet out of place in that. Unity are all grouped up, most of them right here at the bottom of mid. We'll see how they choose to take that terrain.
Just waiting for the dust to settle, smokes to fade. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer as another smoke has been thrown to elbow. They want to break it. OP Dust could be in trouble, completely blind, pulling back. Now, the T's have control of mid. What do they do with it? 3 players guarding the A bomb site, so it's the side of Unity to try and pick the favorable site for them to attack. Woozy missed shot, that was close, but no cigar. Next line of contact could be Fleerax guarding Cave. Might get swung by a few players, but holding that tight angle means that he should be getting the kill, and there you go, as the opposing op is out of the picture. A 5 versus 3, MOUZ NXT can't let this one go.
Yeah, this one would be pretty bad if MOUZ NXT drop it. If they get to 4 rounds, maybe we can see some miracles on the T side. I mean, ironically, I think it's easier for a coach to succeed on the CT side, but he hasn't been doing so just yet. Oh my god, he totally lost the plot. He wasn't sure where the CTs or the Ts were shooting at him. Forgot which side he was on, already existing in that second half. Is that going to let them in? Mikey in a 1-on-2. This is very doable. He's already completed a round like this.
Let's see if he can do it. An off-angle hell, the player going through Donut. They do have a kit, so that's not a problem, but Mikey looking to get the next kill, and it will go his way, though he just runs into Fleerax's scope, and it will be number 3 for MOUZ NXT. They've been looking for it for a long time. They give themselves a bit of a chance to close out the gap, but it's going to be a long way to go if they want to tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, well, not only that, but they still need a 4th round. With what money, Yuba? They had $300 before that switched over.
Very curious to see what their buy is going to look like. Of course, no problems for Unity to buy up quite well. 5 AKs, full utility. They got what they need. MOUZ NXT, bit of a different story. OP Dust back on an SMG, some utility lacking. They do have a pair of kits, so it can still be put to good use, but somebody is going to have to find that first kill, get the ball rolling for MOUZ NXT, and this one, Cavertz missing the head. So it remains a 5 versus 5. LMBT looking to make some space from A main. Mikey on the lurk, might catch him off guard. Steps made. The coach should have heard that, and he absolutely did. Just waiting for that smoke to fade, though, going through it will cost him his head, and that's a +1 for Unity here.
Yep, that is probably the unforced error of the map so far. Shooting your own teammate was a close second there, but I think he whiffed, so it was all good on that last round. They still won it. Maybe they can still do this time. He was on a recon mission, reported back. As of now, a minute on the clock. Unity gathering up for what looks to be a B hit. PLAYzone will hold cave with the AWP. He's been doing phenomenally so far with 10 frags to his name. Maybe phenomenally is a word we should say for Neofrags, 14, but either way, certainly the standout on the defensive lineup so far. Well, time is ticking here.
Yep. 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to hurry up. Some space gathered by Unity, but they have nothing to get to currently as MOUZ NXT hold their ground. PLAYzone missed shot, but AOK found a double. Nicodian done after 1. 2 versus 3 as Mikey actually makes it work. Clears out the site, a chance to plant the bomb. Kurt's dead, but Mikey looking for the clutch. Not gonna find it though. It will be 8-4 at the half. MOUZ NXT keep their hopes alive, but it's Unity's map, it seems, through and through.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Unity making it work on their own map pick. Ancient seems to be theirs. They couldn't get to double digits in the first half, but I think that they are quite close to it. 8-4 at the half, and MOUZ NXT scrambling for something in the first map, hoping to close out this gap, and the pistol round might tell us if their chances are slim or out there, Pronogo.
Sure will. And something I've been noting as LMBT has been playing here, the coach standing in as Zelix has been called up to the main roster, is he's often equipped himself with good guns. A1S when OP Dust has an SMG, now a P250. He's got some ideas. Let's see if they bear any fruit. Right now, with 1:30 on the clock, we're going to get...
Ooh, all right. There you go.
I see you, LMBT. You're not a fraud after all. PLAYzone taking a moment to look over Neofrag's backside before putting a couple bullets in his head, and that should be an open A site. Mikey, and of course Woozy with those dualies, going to be trying to find some value elsewhere, but this will be an awkward retake.
Yeah, well, if you're MOUZ NXT, you still have to be very careful, especially with Woozy's Berettas closing in, though Nicodian will make short work of him. And Mikey, yeah, he found a frag already, but he's not going to find anything else. It's Kaverse running for his life. It will be a MOUZ number 5, and they're making it work a little bit, Pronogo. All right. All right, Kaverse. A quick triple, some money in your back pocket. You're not going to win this round, but you're at least going to have a little bit of cash to splash heading into the next.
Some highlights in the pistol round look really hype, but for some reason, I don't know, it's like he was shooting wet noodles. Something was wrong with that, the way that they were jumping and wiggling. And Anim Graph 3, anybody? But yeah, there's something weird going on there with their movement. I don't think they took that fight too seriously. Either way, Unity are going to have to wait a little bit before improving to 9. Very nice first shot there from LMBT, and then we saw the bullet outline there from PLAYzone. Thanks to that flashbang that sent Neofrag to the Shadow Realm. And here's the wet noodle fight I was talking about. Easy as you like. The LMBT's victory and glory are short-lived as he's cut down his size, but you'd think he's teed up for that. Now, we have, of course, a couple of rifles in OP Dust's MAC-10. Verts, as you mentioned, improving with an A1S in the Force Buy. Nicodian only good for one. At least he does get one. That's going to be pretty nice for this A attack.
Yeah, and the attack is closing in. Pistols only to defend the site, so it's not going to be easy for the side of Unity. Already contemplating should they save what they got, even though it's a 4v4. Woozy through the smoke can't get that shot to land. So it will be now a two-man advantage for the side of MOUZ NXT as they're looking to close out this round. Still some danger left to be had as NeoFrag got his hands on that MAC-10, but will be pulling back, and it will be a MOUZ number 6 as they're closing out just I mean, don't forget, it was an 8-2 at some point in the first half. So MOUZ getting 4 on the trot, and that must feel a little bit better than when they were losing so dominantly. Oh, no, a missed spray from LMBT. NeoFrag will make short work of that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking about how the way that he moves his mouse is really getting to me.
Don't be
really
rude.
Good.
Don't be mean.
I like it. What do you mean? He's painting.
All right.
Bob Ross. I do think, however, you're right. Like, this is a 4-round sequence. MOUZ NXT is having a much better look since they've switched sides. In general, the rounds are more confident. But the last 2 CT rounds, it felt like maybe something finally clicked. Even though they were losing so many players, Unity providing a pretty tough set of opposition here. MOUZ NXT are still able to score a few points. So, liking what I'm seeing, LMBT on a SMG, MAC-10 equipped. And it looks like this is going to be a much more effortful B strike at the same time as Unity are stacking A.
And it's just a matter of time. Do Unity want to shift something up? Do they want to rotate their B players towards A, or rather the other way around? And it will be the case. Everybody now moving to the other side. You can see that on the minimap. And during that time, MOUZ NXT just slinking toward an empty site. Seems like a quick and easy number 7 for them as well.
Okay, we'll take it. I mean, at the very least, the retake is going to be a very effortful. I see exactly 0 utility on the side of Unity. Will they even go for it? I do like that they left OP Dust on a bit of a lurk here, watching for the swing after, and that's probably going to animate everybody on MOUZ NXT forward on A. There's some rotations available that are quick, but they're not very strong in terms of the firepower they're bringing to the table, especially with LMBT walking in, shooting too high right in the blind head with that flashbang from AOK. Yeah, it's just going to be set up for exits at best here from Unity. They've got nothing to chuck through here, nothing to equalize the firepower disparity.
Yeah, simply nothing they can do, but if they can steal away a few guns, that might be of use. Though the rifle-wielding players going through Temple, maybe something still to be had in this one, though Nicodian shuts it down. It is 1 versus 2. In theory, you'd expect that Mikey has a chance, but he has no kit, he has no Kevlar. Should he try to get to the side, that would be the death of him, so he'll be pulling back and looking to find a frag. Not going to get it, though, and this is only a 1-round game now, Pronogo.
Yeah, that was a really quick turnaround, all things considered, but I'm really puzzled by the decision of Unity to try to force the issue there. If you were worried about it being a 1-round game, you played exactly into the win condition. No utility and attempting to retake both of your rifles in Temple, trying to clear in a position that was only guarded really by LMBT after his successful take of it with AOK's flash. So what exactly is the win condition of that round? What if they're not in Temple? What if they're not attackable from Temple? And that was the case there. Mikey only able to assist with 1 before being run down by a single HP on OP Dust, but the MAC-10 sang anyway. We've got a buy Woozy on the AWP. Yet to frag with that weapon. He only had it 1 round in the first half. Certainly was surplus to requirements for the success Unity posted in half number 1. Going into round 16 here. Got about a minute and a half on the clock, and MOUZ NXT are happy to continue probing the edges. They've sort of abandoned pushing into A main, instead prioritizing all of these little angles here. Nicodian dead to rights, puts his head right up there for Woozy's AWP. Oh, LMBT might be able to run NeoFrag down, and wow, lucky or skilled either way, that throwaway headshot there, NeoFrag. Oh, and even then, even better, the MAC-10 killing the Opper. insult to injury. Mikey's still here. Does MOUZ NXT know?
A lot of trouble for Unity. Their defense spread thin now, even more so as Too High hits the deck. LMBT really firing on all cylinders since the sides had switched. I think, if I recall correctly, I think he was on like 3 kills on the half, and now he's on 8.
10.
So
yeah.
that's pretty impressive in the second half. Sort of leading by example and rather tying up the scoreline here.
Well, I mean, especially when you consider, obviously, his deaths are greater, and he has had some flubs, but A-OK going to check the scoreboard and say, what, my coach is fragging me? Hold on, we do have some frags here. At the very least, we can get some AKs recovered. I don't know if MOUZ NXT should be throwing caution to the wind in this way. They don't have a crazy bank. Losing 3 players is actually going to hurt them a little bit, but it should just kind of spark off the engine, and they should keep thrumming. It's a tie game, Yuba. That felt unthinkable at the end of the first half.
Is this some signs of stress I see on the Unity side? Losing 6 on the trot, MOUZ NXT tying up the scoreline. Unity now gasping for air as they're looking to find an answer, find a solution, anything to get the ball rolling once again. Hope he does. He was blind and he found that headshot. Of course, Too High dying to LMBT, and that's when we knew that the round was over. Unity, due to the guns saved and max loss bonus, at least they can have a proper buy in this one as well. Let's see if they can put it to use, and they're going to have to do so. Otherwise, it's MOUZ NXT that will be taking the lead.
Sure is. And only 2A defenders, pretty standard for CT's side, maybe even a bit more committal than usuals. And here we go. The attack is commencing. MOUZ NXT charging down. They've already got 2 players on the site, separated by utility from the rest of their squad. Nicodian will trade forward. LMBT trying his best to entry donut. Not going to happen. FlareX holding in case Woozy peeks out of temple, and the bomb will be planted. A 4 versus 3 classic retake simulator here. With the exception of Nicodian being so very low. He's going to stand on top of the box and hope that somebody's pre-aiming a bit lower. Flarex is flanked, and Mikey actually waited a little bit for that frag. Could have cost him. Instead, he holds true to his word. Now a 4 versus 2. Now a 4 versus 1 as Mikey sends Nicodian into the shadow realm with that HE grenade, and Woozy with Coverts will be more than happy to assist. That is going to be the 9th round finally here for Unity.
And a very clean retake from Unity. You got to be proud of that. You got to be happy with that. You didn't expect that after they were struggling for a solidly long time so far on their own map pick, and sort of get back on track. Back in the driver's seat, it will be a MOUZ NXT tactical timeout. LMBT may be looking to make some changes to their approach after this round was lost a bit simpler than you would want it to happen.
Yeah, no utility was there to escort LMBT into Donut, so maybe something got lost in the sauce of the actual attack. Still, a lot of bomb plants have gone down here in this second half. Tells you something. In fact, every round has had a bomb plant, which is pretty impressive for MOUZ NXT. So their economy is fine. They're still obviously relying a little bit on the crutches of the Galil and the MAC-10, but only for a few players. Very rare to see a totally torched buy from the MOUZ upstarts. Though they're down 1 round. That's better than they have been, that's for sure. And it does look like LMBT is setting up for a couple of utility pieces towards this cave position. There we go.
There you go.
Execute.
Utility starts raining in. The B-side beckons. Woozy looking to run away, and he'll be successful at that, losing some HP in the process. A lot of confusion happening in these smokes. Still the site under CT control. They have forced so many rotators back. Do they want to go back themselves? The answer is no. Convert's completely blind. Nothing he can do. Neofrag through the smoke brings the frag back. But still a lot of work left to be done for Unity as MOUZ have managed to get themselves to the site. Bomb should get planted soon enough, but they need to recover it off the floor first. There you go, they do it so. LMBT in trouble, but finds 1. That's very good. Aok now looking to get a frag for his team. He'll be successful at that. And as Woozy falls, they know that this round is low percentage. It will be a tied result yet again.
Yeah, and they don't recover the sniper either, so that's A, available if MOUZ NXT want it, and B, will require a drop from Mikey if they even have the loss bonus for that, it's a little bit tight. They might not be able to equip the sniper into the next round. We haven't seen MOUZ fire off too many good shots with that yet, so we're not entirely sure if it'll be super important going into our next round, but that's going to be another tie game as the bomb detonates.
There was a attempt from MOUZ NXT looking to take those rifles away. Wasn't the case. So Unity will keep the 2 rifles, transitioning them into the next round. We'll see, of course, who gets to hit double digits sooner. Will it be Unity that was in the lead during the majority of this map, or MOUZ NXT finally taking the lead and maybe even running away with map number 1 unexpectedly, surprisingly? Let's see if they can surprise Unity yet again. Of course, since the smokes dealt some utility exchange across the map, that HE grenade will not hit his mark, as nobody on the MOUZ NXT side was towards elbow at the time. A heavy lean towards A, guarded by a single player. Woozy might get tested with this AWP, and it looks like it's going to be a very quick push.
No.
Ooh, missed shot. You can't let that happen. Neofrag got only for 1, and Woozy out on the open, completely dead to right through the smoke. Too high, dies. And it will be MOUZ NXT first hitting double digits. Let's see if Mikey and Converts really want to commit to this one. No chance to enter the site, though. They do get a frag, guarded by the AWP as the temple angle, and nothing Chris can do. Mikey is going to die as well, losing all their guns, leaving them with nothing as MOUZ NXT as they grab the lead finally.
Yeah, loss bonus not quite enough to make that work out nicely for Unity, so they end up going for it, knowing that they're going to have a bit of a scuffed bye into the next one. Should still have plenty of utility, though. Not terribly worried about that. Here was the trade-in, Nicodium playing anti-flash, and still was able to rally for a kill onto Woozy. That was all because of the whiff on the first op shot. If that changes, then all of a sudden you immediately go into a 4 versus 3 with the CTs being the ones in favor. Instead, Nicodium is allowed to entry on. Obviously, LMBT happy to have a bit more time to chat, talking over what's going on. And you know what? This gives me a chance to talk a little bit about something I've been thinking about regarding LMBT. Ancient is a new school map. It probably doesn't feel like that for a lot of people, but from LMBT's days, Ancient is new school. What are our last 2 maps about? Oh yeah, Mirage and Dust 2. Get ready for LMBT top frag when we enter into the maps that were around when he was a little bit more active. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He doesn't know the utility lineups as well. He doesn't know the headshot angles. He doesn't know the pathing specifics. But everything else is in his DNA. It's going to be like riding a bike when he gets into that old map. So the fact that he's doing as well as he's doing right now is already impressive for a coach, but let's just say he's going to really top the scoreboards when we go into map 2. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, he ended his playing career a long, long time ago. Yeah, he played something here and there as a stand-in, but not really fully committing to it. Been a manager, or rather a coach, all through Global Offensive, LMBT. Alrighty, there you go. Woozy dead. That op out of the picture as LMBT strikes him down. It's a man advantage for MOUZ NXT and so much space acquired. Too high looking to make some real estate out of A main, but his teammates are going to have to defend the sites while he's trying to go for that backstab, which will not happen as OP Dust was ready for elbow. 2 men of an advantage. LMBT missed shot with the op. On the repeat, misses again, but gets out of danger with his head on his shoulders. Not going to be that for long as Converts gets that frag, though gets traded back nonetheless. A 4 versus 2 as MOUZ NXT want to go to the B bomb site. Still a chance for Unity, an outside chance if Mikey stands his ground and grabs a multi-kill, but it's exactly what he needs. Needs to dispense of the first. It's rather OP Dust taking care of him. Yeah, Neofrag had a great map so far, but a 1v4, I think that's a little bit too much for him.
I can't believe MOUZ NXT are shaping up to win this, especially after the first half. Neofrags gets a layup, and that'll just be his AK to escape. And honestly, I was hoping for the LMBT op highlight, but instead, a little bit more of a low light. I really do think, though, him clearing middle immediately, that must have just tilted Woozy off the face of the planet. Yeah. He's in a smoke, and he's getting jumping Mac 10 headshot through that smoke by a coach who's also in that smoke. Get me out of here, dude. Absolutely outrageous. And 11th round for MOUZ NXT. I really am a little bit speechless, which is bad when you're a caster. I'm very surprised that MOUZ NXT have pieced these rounds together. Unity, it feels like, did not have an appropriate game plan on the CT side. Something I kind of criticized MOUZ NXT for was just observing that they very rarely went from any CT aggression, and that does allow the T side to get away with a lot more murder than you would expect. They can be in far more advanced positions before you know and before you have a chance to react. And on Ancient, there's not that much cover in the bomb sites. You have to be playing back pretty far and then attempt to retake them. A very retake-heavy map. We saw that Unity were fine doing that on the A site. On the B site, they've got yet to even have enough members left alive to do that with, and part of that is because they keep getting caught unaware by players running through mid like LMBT did, where nobody was available in Donut to break the smoke and try to pick anybody that way. They don't have the proper setup here and support network for their players. That much is very clear for the middle section of the map. And when that's observed by LMBT, by anybody on MOUZ NXT, it's just a lot easier for the T side to power through that, wedge themselves into a position, and then just go their merry way. The world is their oyster at that point.
Absolutely. And look at the odds. They've switched dramatically since the first half. We saw some very high odds for MOUZ NXT in the first half to win this map. Now it's a completely different picture. Utility Exchange will make NeoFrag lose some HP at Woozy, again getting tested on A, completely blind. He finds a frag nonetheless, though gets traded back right away. Aok looking to even make more space for his team, and he'll be successful at that as Too High dies as well. What do you do if you're Unity? Do you want to risk it? Do you want to commit? You know that Fleerax might be in main with that op, and that's something that strikes the fear of God in you, as he has been very good on that AWP so far. Aok already forward positioning, not going to hit Mikey with that AK. Now maybe an opportunity for Unity to strike. Smoke on the bomb as they're looking to enter the site. Still T's aplenty defending that C4. Fleerax forward positioning with the op. His teammates dying left, right, and center. The bomb is being defused and they can't stop the defuse. Will they do it on time? The answer is yes! As MOUZ NXT might actually hit 12. NeoFrag trying to defuse desperately. Can he do it? Can he do it? No! Oh my God! And a knife to boot to end the round. It's MOUZ NXT on 3 map points.
All right, Fleerax, you got your 2 knives in. I hope you can buy some extra with that. Jeez. Unbelievable. And of course that's going to put MOUZ on map point, because NeoFrag narrowly didn't have the time. It was a matter of milliseconds that he missed out on in terms of being able to defuse that bomb. To get knifed at afterwards, that's just, tactical timeout immediately, because you need to untilt. If you're going to fight back for overtime on your map pick, you need to untilt right now, Unity. I mentioned Dust 2 as our decider. We might not even get there if MOUZ NXT played this well on Mirage, which is their map pick, remember. It seems like Unity, maybe they're just not quite in it. And
oh, look at that.
Yeah. Outrageous. We talk about sinners bowing out of competition in our last day of play here in the Conquest of Prague. But Unity would be another blow to the hometown representation. If they end up going down, there's no one for the crowd to chant with. MOUZ NXT, on the other hand, would be a pretty long road for them as well to get all the way to Prague, all the way to the LAN, through that play-in where they're going to have to play 2 best-of-3s and win them both, single elimination style.
You must be shaking in your boots if you're Unity at this point. A very uncomfortable feeling to have. You had a scoreline 8-2. Now it's 12-9. Losing so many rounds in a row in succession. Woozy unable to get that frag over the line. Some damage dealt, a lot of damage rather, than to Aok. And now Aok's teammates want to enter the other side. Let's see if they'll be successful with it. Very scarcely guarded as the CTs have decided to play it passive. NeoFrag trying to do something. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Unable to connect that shot. Or rather, unable to take Mikey down. Left on 26. As the dust is now settling. MOUZ NXT trying to play it a bit more passively, but the CTs aren't going to let that happen. Back into a 2 versus 2 we go. Flirax looking to make some space with that AWP. His teammate far away, but he hits the shot onto Quartz, and that might be enough for Onogo. It's too high in a 1 versus 2, far away from the bomb site. And MOUZ NXT, they made the comeback. They turned this map on its head, and now they just need one frag to take it.
Only need one. It only takes one, and then MOUZ NXT will be up a single map. In this best of 3, Flirax serves it up after LMBT clears the A site and causes all kinds of commotion over on the other side of the map. That is how MOUZ NXT won their final round. And would you believe it? The coach himself, not even at the bottom of the scoreboard today, played very well on Ancient for his standards, but who played well objectively? Flirax and Nicodian, finding all kinds of entry points, finding all kinds of stability when they needed it most. And honestly, it was a really close set of affairs, especially when you consider that first half. Unity posted a few rounds only on the CT side. They got run over once it switched over.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Mirage is going to look like after this first map, because we had it done and dusted, sort of. In our expectation, it was just on Unity to get that map over to the line. We expected maybe even a 10-2 scoreline. All right, you missed the last 2 rounds of the half. It's all right. It's still 8-4. But then MOUZ, they complete the comeback. They turn it on its head, and they actually take the map. When you look at the scoreline, you'd think they didn't really struggle as much as they did, right? 13-9. It says that they were ahead of Unity at some regard, of course, but Unity, they bottled it a little bit. You can't really say anything else. It was a choke through and through, and they'll be looking to make amends on the second map. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break, and we'll be back on Mirage.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sázkařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Ancient, a missed opportunity for Unity. We'll see if they can bounce back on Mirage. They lost their map pick, and now they're looking to steal away their opponent's pick. Pronogo not looking good for the last of the hometown heroes as Unity trail in this best of 3.
Yeah, they trail, but they started off so damn strong. An 8-4 first half that capitulated into a 13-9 victory for their opponents, winning only one CT round. The likes of LMBT, honestly, a tactical mastermind. And he was actually finding a little bit of form in that second half. Now on the T side, of course, not on the CT side. But look at where MOUZ NXT start on their map pick. Luba, it's LMBT side.
All right, let's see where it takes us again. He's going to be the raid boss, putting everything in his hands. It will be a P250 and armor. It did yield results in that T-side pistol in the previous map. Let's see if it's going to do the same. A bit of a default for MOUZ NXT. Unity just looking to get some intel on mid. Currently not going to find anything. Some utility expended, but not too much. Nothing to be done for LMBT as Woozy takes his head. A player that was missing for Unity in that previous map. Aok looking to make some space by himself, but Quartz takes good care of him. And now it's a 5 versus 3, but they make their way to the B-bomb site. Mikey grabbing intel and looking to grab a head or two while his teammates rotate to the site. They do have a kit, so no reason to rush, especially when you're popping heads like Neofrag here. Nicodian in trouble, up against 3, finds the first, not the second, and it's all down to OP Dust. Let's see if he can clutch a 1 versus 4. Low percentage odds, not gonna go his way after he finds only 1. It's a clean pistol for Unity.
Yeah, pretty clean. They did win the first pistol round as well, going all the way back to the first half of Ancient. And yeah, LMBT gets no kills, no pistol round, no joy. So that's just the way it goes. Want to point out as well, obviously AOK here struggling a little bit to find any impact, but one of the things that he did well was he just shot a lot of shots and made a lot of noise. It was a clear distraction play, and maybe that was always the play, as it felt like MOUZ NXT were in advanced position towards the B bomb site, and bomb site that is notoriously a little bit more difficult to retake, but only if the T's can get to good positions after the plant, which just wasn't the case there. With the bomb plant down, however, we will see a bit of an interesting buy. It's basically all Glocks, Fleerax with the Deagle, and AOK with the AK.
He's going to have to put it to good use. Yeah, that Deag as well could come in handy. Nicodian, well, his job is sort of only to grab that rifle after his teammate falls. OP Dust, again, sacrificing himself for the good of the team, being the one that bought that AK, left on $100 to his name. But we know that he's pretty good on the SMG, showcased that in that previous map. Oh, though, Neofrag has taken down at the beginning of the round. There's still some plays yet to be made by MOUZ NXT in this one, even though they started with just that 1 rifle. Not going to be able to get a gun for themselves, or rather an extra gun for themselves, but they still have some utility to use. That AOK AK, and that Fleerax D could come in handy. Look at that, Mikey looking to gain some forward momentum. That could be risky, though, as OP Dust is still deep towards B. But if the timing suits him, he might actually cause some chaos. That's a freebie for Mikey, and he continues to rain damage from T-spawn. Now they need to enter A, and Woozy there ready to receive. Finds the first. Now it's just a matter of taking care of that rifle, which won't be the case just yet. Nicodian gonna get caught in the crossfire. Quartz grabbing a double to end the round, and it is a Unity second.
Yeah, that was a really messy round from both sides, and a lot of it came down to Mikey not being held, not being expected, and of course LMBT, he lost his smoke when that lineup when he goes down here. That's a really impactful part. He does end up ejecting his flash, but it doesn't seem to get anything done for MOUZ NXT. Maybe in the chaos they didn't even realize they had it. And of course, the CT side is able to remain solid at that point. Converts having the great lineup there at the end with the A4. Again, that I feel very nostalgic towards. The A1S meta was, maybe still is, very active and very long running. But now we have a more inverted buy where there's 1 player without a rifle and everybody else has them. 4 AKs on the side of the T, but it doesn't seem to matter with Quartz getting a huge amount of victory from that HE smoke break. Of course, he will eventually be traded, but it's at great cost, and LMBT is going to be trying to suss out a little bit of information here, but Too High just kills him immediately. That's kind of the problem, is you need to take that space without dying so that you can continue the pressure, continue to sell the fake. When it's just you and your corpse, is not much selling going on. Now a 2-on-4, Nicodian and Fleerax have a lot to do, and at the very least they haven't been spotted yet, but who's going to be first point of contact? WOOZY? Seems like it, because Neofrag was busy checking towards that middle position. Easy as you like at the end there for 3 rounds, and now MOUZ NXT haven't done anything in 2 to boost their economy. They are going to go back to a half or a force.
Yeah, of course, you can just go for a half buy here. You're still going to have a buy in the next, but again, a very good start by Unity to begin the map with. Worse, great spray transfer onto the other head, and the problem was LMBT was the only one without a rifle, and he was on the other part of the map, so he couldn't grab one of those rifles that were on the floor. Just wanted to make some space towards B. That didn't really work out, and then 2 players just exiting Palace. Never really going to do too much damage unless they can find that first kill. Quartz again forward towards ramp, gets dinked, needs to pull back. His teammates should be rotating quite quickly, so they are there to lend a helping hand, and there you go. Neofrag finding a frag for himself, gets taken back, and just listen, Quartz is on low HP. They can take care of him, and this is an opening now for the side of MOUZ NXT as they get the foothold to the site. But WOOZY there with the op. No chance of planting the bomb so safely now if you're MOUZ NXT, as all the angles are covered by the CTs. You need to make some space, and LMBT looking to do just that as he pushes a CT back, but his teammates are all dead. Let's see if the coach can do anything here, though. Only a MAC-10, and each and every encounter against the CTs would be on long distance. Should be a freebie for Mikey, a bit of wild spray, but still gets it over the line. It's a 4-0 start for Unity.
As Bullets had to climb the stairs too. I will say that we haven't seen quite the level of tactics on display on the T side here for MOUZ NXT, especially compared to Ancient. And on a map like Mirage, you don't necessarily need a lot of tactics, but we saw some attempts. Oh, there's a bungled smoke. I guess that's why we had so many problems for Coverts. I want to point out, though, that even though Unity are struggling a little bit on individual executions, MOUZ NXT are struggling a little bit more so to put the pieces together of where Unity's members are. One thing Unity's doing very well is moving their players around all the time, making it a lot harder for them to be read in any given position. And it also feels like MOUZ NXT have barely done anything towards the B site, at least in these rifle rounds. Oh, this is an important duel. AOK will suss out where Coverts is, and finally, that player will be given some leeway. Now look at this, LMBT is already in the site. WOOZY could get backstabbed as soon as that smoke fades. He's obviously being held a little bit by Mikey on the other side of things, but this is looking potentially quite dire.
Yeah, very difficult for Unity as they still have no idea what's going on. They have no intel that there are T's on the A bomb site. The only time they'll find out is if one of the CTs dies or the bomb gets planted. Now they have an idea of what's going on, but do they expect LMBT so deep on the site? Do they even want to try their hand at this round, given the fact that they've already lost a player? And with a man behind when the bomb goes down, there's very little you can do if you're Unity here. It seems like MOUZ NXT will be getting their first on the board. Unity players just looking to clear some angles.
Yeah.
Well, at least WOOZY gets to run away with that AWP.
Well, run away, I mean, that would be the wise course of action, but this is Unity, and they do like to go for some ill-fated moves, especially when money is not a question for them. They can buy into the next. Obviously, big problem here is just logistically, how do you get on there in time? There's a bunch of kits here, but Fleerax has already found WOOZY, so that's the op out of the picture. Oh, some nice plucking mid-air. Mikey hits the deck quick, and LMBT will go down with the ship here, well, proverbially speaking, as Neofrag finishes it up for him. And that should be all the casualties that she wrote in this round, ending with 2 on all sides. And of course, MOUZ NXT scoring their first point. They are on the board, and in a way that felt very comfortable. I don't know how LMBT was allowed in, but that's definitely going to get abused later on.
Yeah. Maybe a trick they can reproduce again. Fleerax looking really good on these flicks today.
Yeah,
had a
flashy.
few sexy looking flicks in the first map as well. Unity looking like the favorites for map number 2, though those odds are live and they can change quite quickly, as we saw on Ancient being the case as well. Look, CT's looking to make some space towards mid. Fleerax on the boost, waiting for a mistake to be made. Not going to happen just yet. All right, there you go. Mikey plucked again. It's a man advantage for MOUZ NXT. Now the defense spread thin, looking to find a frag back. Not going to be the case just yet, as it will be mid control for the T's. Woozy still looking to find something with that AWP, but he's going to have to wait a little while for that to happen.
Yeah, there was a sixth sense there. Comms coming in from footsteps made or some other such noise that LMBT was loose on the low ground. With Mikey dead already, Unity are struggling in a 4-on-5. Too High is going to take the first risk and move pretty deep into B apartments. Well, let's freeze up Neofrag a little bit further away so he can rotate towards middle, and that might allow Converts to push in a main, but right now he's just playing around the brick. Here's the first frag, Too High, only good for 1. The trading spacing wasn't perfect, but MOUZ NXT make it happen anyway. And here comes Neofrag immediately on the rotation. He is the only one here, and the only one for a few more seconds. As the utility starts to get lobbed forward, they cancel the attack. I think this is for sure a save. Yeah. There's no way in, especially with the man down anyway. So there you go, MOUZ NXT piecing together a second round, and I'm starting to see the vision of what their T side is supposed to look like. They do look to really play around those extremities, poking them, seeing if there's anything they can get with their prodding and with their little annoying pushes here and there. They're very good at getting a little bit of utility and making it go a long way. And obviously, a big part of their success in this round was Fleerax getting that opening pick with the AWP. They keep setting him up either as a person who holds for the retake, as a turret, or as the entry pack, the hunter-killer that dives in and immediately eliminates one threat. He is going to be one of their main victory conditions, but not necessarily their only one. Let's keep watching to see how those rifles play into it.
This is an opportunity for MOUZ NXT, maybe even tie up the scoreline. Not sure how Unity look when it comes to money, and how did he even see Mikey through that smoke? Nice shot, and after you lose the first player on CT side, you need to risk it a little bit. The risk was hope that if they go B too high, might get more than one frag, which wasn't the case. And after that happens, you know you need to pull the plug. If you're Unity, it is the second round for MOUZ NXT and looking to make it a third. As again, MOUZ NXT making space on mid. This time not poking at the extremities, just going for the jugular, it seems.
Yeah, we like that. Like a little change up here and there. Right before Unity can start putting together pieces against your modus operandi, changing it up, keeping your opponent on their heels. Neofrag as the smoke clears. Oh, he saw LMBT. The smoke clear and the flash were not tied up, not synced up the way that they ought to have been. But Fleerax will answer back, and AOK is in a position where he can try to fight. Oh, looks like Woozy's going to take Nikodian elsewhere, but eventually Mikey does get dropped right in front of Converts, no less. Not that much left to defend this A-bomb side, and Fleerax, he's taking care of Converts as well. Now it's a question of what do you do? What are your priorities? Two Eyes got an A ramp flank, but this is a 2v3. And OP Dust is holding for it. If he can clear that guy, fine. But the Portuguese Rifler has an advanced position on top of the vase. I don't foresee a way for Unity to get in here. They are just going to set up for exits. Bomb's halfway ticked, and this is a third round for MOUZ.
Yeah, it will be the case. Woozy's trying Sayak, but that won't be a call for Too High to try and get into the side. OP Dust dispenses of him. As you said, number 3 for MOUZ NXT, as they're feeling a lot better than was the case at the beginning of the previous map. It took them their sweet time to get to that third round. Now only a 1-round game, as Woozy is the only one that actually transfers his weapon over to the next round. It might cause Unity to have some financial difficulties. They did have some money in the bank. Not sure if it's enough for a proper buy heading into the next.
Sure, we'll get an answer to that question shortly, but either way, MOUZ NXT finding a decent amount of form. It was 4 on the trot for Unity to open things up. Now, looking like it could be the same going into the next. The concession on the buy, besides a few kits, of course, is the FAMAS for Too High. So this is a fairly bog standard buy, all things considered. The purchase okay. Unity can't fault that if they end up dropping this. They just need to find a response to MOUZ. And this is a straightforward A push. Look at this. And look at how few defenders there are. The conditioning working wonders. Converts is too blind to do anything. Clears one player, but AOK will trade him back. And the smoke towards jungle, as well as that Molotov, is going to make matters even worse. The second Molotov to fully burn Neofrag out of position and force that smoke. At the very least, Woozy has found a response elsewhere. So this 4 versus 3, the CTs might be able to make something happen here. Fleerax going to get the bomb down. The retake has only just begun.
Yeah, but LMBT needs to hurry up. His flank could be crucial. His flank will be of essence. The CTs are way too slow. That's easy for LMBT, and Fleerax there to help as well with that op. Turns this round on its head. Now, if you're Unity, you have to commit. You have nowhere to run with that lurk still in play. Too High finds a frag, but still 2 left to be found. So much utility expended by both sides looking for the next kill, but there simply is no time for Too High. It is MOUZ NXT tying up this scoreline.
Beautiful play at the end there. And honestly, the idea to just go for a really complicated mid take in the previous round, and then in that round there, just straight through a ramp. I mean, who's going to account for all of this? MOUZ NXT have a very deep playbook, and they are choosing which one to go based on reads, based on a little bit of setup that they've done in previous rounds. Unity have clearly been conditioned to expect a slower push into the A site. I still don't think they even accounted for that one round where LMBT was out super fast, and now look at this. He's out super fast in middle. This is a broken buy for Unity. They've got 2 SMGs and a couple upgraded pistols. That is about it. You can tell that maybe OP Dust a little bit paranoid about all the footsteps he heard from Underpass, so he's going to fall back very quickly, and now they make a play towards A.
LMBT conned that over that he saw a player jump from window to underpass, but can they account for Quartz? The site, though, completely empty. Woozy on the 5-7 looking to maybe find a frag. That's an opportunity. Easy. And a frag found. A definite chance now for Unity to get this round, even though they're just on the small guns. Aok in trouble. He's going to die as well. Bomb will get planted. LMBT again. No! Whip shot. Now trouble. Fleerax dead as well. It's Nicodian 1v5 and a perfect round for Unity. Not losing a single player in this situation as they get back in front. Unity, how have they done this?
That is an outrageous round from the CTs. There is no way in hell you're supposed to have every member alive on a buy that bad and end up getting almost every player an upgrade. Convert's the only one who doesn't. Still rocking the SMG. That MP9 can be carried over to the next round, no problem, but that is a huge injection of not just resources in terms of guns, but in terms of money, where they don't have to buy those premium weapons. MOUZ NXT, meanwhile, they've planted the bomb, yeah, but that is going to force them into an uncomfortable position in the next. They face a reset if they lose this round.
Yeah, MOUZ NXT, they thought they were out of the woods. Tied up the result, broken by on the other side. Completely different story now. Again, the momentum going to Unity's favor. LMBT gets shrunk by that grenade and deleted by Coerce. That's man advantage now for Unity. MOUZ NXT still want to pounce towards A, and they're actually finding a frag. The Nicodian good only for one. Neofrag gonna get taken out. It's a 3 versus 3 as they found a foothold to the side, but they need to go back for the bomb in order to plant it. So this might confuse this round a little bit as Mikey still wants to sniff out a kill. Hey. Oh, that nade falls directly on top of his head, and Aok left on 15 HP. This is a very possible round for Unity, even though MOUZ NXT got to the site. They are not yet planted the bomb, though Fleerax with the off, crispy as you want him to be, and another found. Now he wants to swing towards Too High, but that might be risky. Both of the T's on low HP. Too High looking to clutch. Goes over 38k. Still a smoke as well to be expended, and a kit for him to try desperately to defuse this bomb if he can find nobody. Already a flank happening by OP Dust through CT spawn, though. Something to keep in mind, and now they know that Too High's low. What do you do in this position? He's hoping to isolate him into 1v1s, but that is highly unlikely, and with the clock ticking, no chance of clutching. It will be a tied result yet again, though Too High, for his trouble, he gets an op for the next round.
Yeah, that's one thing that you get, but that was a very expensive round all around. That will drain some of the coffers that Unity earned in the previous, where they won that force buy with all 5 alive. It's still going to take a few more rounds for that to fully deplete, but Unity are going to have a little bit of work cut out for them. MOUZ NXT still have guns, still have enough money to buy up. Crucially, Fleerax will not have the sniper in this next round, and that has been so very impactful. There's going to be that tactical timeout music we're also accustomed to, courtesy of MOUZ NXT, talking over their options. Most of it expended during the replay there. I'm sure they're expecting to need a different sort of take without the op. That's something that Fleerax has been instrumental in their plays so far. Unity not quite striking back, but at least dealing them a blow. This is going to require some tactical play from the side of MOUZ NXT, from the mind of LMBT. On the other side, Woozy having a much better map 2 than he did on Ancient. And that AWP could be a big reason why. I think every round with it, he's essentially gotten at least 1 kill minimum.
Again, it will be quick towards A. Mikey, this time trying to be sneaky just on the edge of that smoke. This is going to be very interesting to see if it can work, but no, Mikey needs to pull back with so much utility expended. Now they're just jumping on top of their heads. Mikey's seen LMBT double. We've been waiting for this for a long time. No way. As he was only on 1 frag so far, but now makes it a 3, though too high and Woozy, nothing they can do. They're going to need to try and save these guns, and if you're MOUZ NXT at this point, you might send 1 or 2 players on the hunt trying to relieve these CTs out of their rifles. It will be a MOUZ NXT lead.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal attack on the A. And I mean, Unity are probably continuously trying to keep track of how many times they hit A consecutively. And surely they won't hit A again. Surely, guys, they're going to go mid or B. It just hasn't happened. MOUZ NXT have barely even looked towards the other parts of the map. It's not just the other site. They've executed through A main and Palace so many times now, they haven't used jungle in 3 rounds.
That's what you had when you get a coach in your lineup. As you said, you don't need a tactical timeout per se. He can just yap all he wants, and obviously it makes a difference because their game plan looked very interesting so far during this first half. You had slow rounds, you had fast rounds, you got these very hard to deal with A takes with so much utility used that the CTs can't really find a place to stand and defend the site. So MOUZ NXT really punching above their weight with the given circumstances. And Unity in trouble yet again, even though they're trailing by only 1 round. Looking to make it an even scoreline at the half. Nicodian opens things up, though Mikey makes it a short-lived man advantage for the side of MOUZ NXT. Aok looking to be sneaky around that smoke. Not going to find anything, but he has been spotted and also dinked through the wall. Maybe looking just to disengage, but if you're in this position, very slim chances of doing that, though too high dead. Mikey looking to be traded as he found that first kill. Deagle not going to hit the shot. And a man advantage again for MOUZ NXT.
Oh my God!
Make it double as Woozy hits the deck. Fleerax feeling really good today. Quartz looking to clutch. And the bomb is in no man's land. This still might be an opportunity, but they're going to double peek him, and it will be a minimal lead at the half for MOUZ NXT as Mirage seems there for the taking.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
2 rounds of a lead for MOUZ NXT as side switch on map number 2. They've stolen away the opponent's map pick, and they're looking to make it through this Swiss stage on their pick. You gotta hand it to MOUZ NXT. They were very entertaining to look at in the first half. Now on the defense, let's see what it brings them. Unity grasping for straws as they're looking to tie things up after the pistol.
Yeah, it could be a pretty easy go for Unity if they're able to replicate how they set things up on Ancient T side. Very different map. And very different players finding success as well. Obviously, Fleerax was doing pretty well on Ancient, all things considered, but he's coming to his own on Mirage. Meanwhile, on the side of Unity, we've seen a lot of value out of Woozy today. Convert's going to be the opener, and the closed as well. At the very least, Woozy gets the trade going, but how many of these trades are going to actually come through for MOUZ? Mikey with a drive-by drills Fleerax, and this is now a 2 versus 2. OP Dust and Nicodian left alive on MOUZ NXT's side. The bomb loose on the site. Too High's got the flank, but it might not be enough. He trades Nicodian out at the very least. He's lost track of OP Dust, and in the middle of jumping, OP Dust finally puts him down. A very belabored pistol on both sides, and Fleerax, he's just blinking and shaking his head. What happened there?
Not too happy with that. The side of Unity, a bit unfortunate circumstance that the last 2 players left alive for you don't have Kevlar. I would say that it would have been a completely different story had Too High had Kevlar on him, because OP Dust was just shooting him in the body. There was an opportunity, a world where we got to see Unity on 6 this way. MOUZ looking to extend their lead at the beginning of the second half, maybe even to close in on double digits quite early. It will be a Unity force buy. I'm curious what they want to bring to the table with this, given the fact that they didn't plant the bomb in the previous.
Yeah, that's really bad for their economy to force buy right after that. They lose that, they might as well just save flat out the next round. I guess if you get a bomb plant, you can minimally do another force buy after, even if you lose, but it's going to be a difficult time for sure when it comes to Unity in the next couple of rounds. It doesn't mean they're out of the map completely. They can find stability. Well, let's see if MOUZ NXT have anything to say about that. Fleerax on the A1S. All eyes on this guy, 16 frags to his name. Next highest is Nicodian's 8, literally half the kills of him. So we know who the one-man army is right now. And OP Dust, he's got a little MP7 action going. He throws a bunch of bullets down, but as is customary for that particular weapon, it doesn't feel like any damage happened. A-okay. Get a couple of headshots here, and Fleerax is on the site. I don't think they've spotted him. Well, probably now they have. Yeah, they found the flank thanks to the apartments player, and just like that, everybody goes down. The Scout, the Deagles, Unity are absolutely in disbelief, but they'll take the round. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you could have seen it on Kvertz's face, very happy on what happened there. Sort of the CTs presenting themselves to the Ts. Yeah, you can't really fault OP Dust. Sometimes you're just unlucky, and Aok did his best. In the end, his best was not enough, as his teammates were trying to jump into the site as soon as possible, and that didn't really pan out for them. This is a big opportunity for Unity to chain together a couple of rounds in the second half, get the confidence back, and even tie up the scoreline, given the fact that now MOUZ NXT is only on pistols. That sole SMG on Aok. We'll see how much damage it can make. And LMBT on the CZ, we do see this gun from time to time. I would say that about 10 years back, it was a lot more used.
Yeah, basically LMBT is a boomer, so he's still rocking with it. Honestly, I feel like there's probably some particularly efficient use cases of it, but players are creatures of comfort and habit, and not players who, not creatures that are going to be, data mining and doing math and all that stuff. Like, the only math they do is like, can I buy a Louis Vuitton bag because I'm employed by Falcons? That's a math that they'll do. But other than that, they're pretty good on it.
Pretty slow round for Unity, as they don't want to step foot into a stacked site. They'll be taking this slow. Aok spotted on the stairs, but still, the side of MOUZ NXT can't really hold off this attack, as Unity will be stepping on A. Planting the bomb, though, Nicodian gets a frag. That might steamroll, or rather snowball something here to happen. Too high. Oh, easy frag for him, and a double. He's going to get a rifle as well for his trouble, unless he gets deleted by that pistol, which will be the case. OP Dust will claim that M4, but it still will be a Unity number 7.
Yeah, sure. Well, he's going to actually go back for another rifle, it looks like, or at least some other kind of weapon, as he tosses that A1S up to Fleerax. Like, hey, you want another 16 kills, buddy? Here you go. But, all right, about now, Unity, with 3 alive, plenty of cash will be in the bank for them to buy into the next round with this bomb going off, and They are slowly but surely tying things up. It's exactly what we said about them winning the pistol and then chaining a few together, except it came after the pistol loss due to a very miraculous force-buy victory in the second round of that half. Something really surprising about that round that I'm still trying to understand a little bit is it seemed like Fleerax was moving with the assumption that somebody was watching him from market so that he wouldn't get destroyed, drilled from up top in the apartments angle. And that didn't end up happening. Now, I'm talking old news now. That was 2 rounds ago, so nobody cares. But Fleerax definitely was trying to make the hero play. And we got to keep watch on that. You know, he might cool off, not because he wants to, but because he's sitting here trying to make things happen and just maybe isn't finding the right timings anymore. Needs some setup from his teammates. It might be an A play here this time around from Unity. And they do have 3 members on the site, but with LMBT going down in ladder room, I don't think they're going to be able to do too much on the defense here.
Doesn't seem likely, especially with Mikey taking another kill, and the CTs being one less of a player for. But though, Nicodian will get an AK, so a quick decision for the side of MOUZ NXT. Yeah, concede another round, keep the rifles in your hands, and have a better buy heading into the next. I'm just curious what it's going to look like when Fleerax gets his hands on an op, because he was very strong with it in the first half. So if he can make a difference, that might actually be what separates these two teams as soon as, of course, MOUZ NXT can get their hands on a proper buy, as that was not the case so far in the second half.
Well, Fleerax is a pretty versatile player. His rifle's okay, and his pistols are pretty good. So overall, I actually think he's going to be all right, even with the rifle. I think the thing that Unity are doing well right now is identifying where Fleerax seems to want to be and moving away from him, not allowing him any headshot angles, forcing him to rotate into places so that they can get the better of him. As we see in this replay here, Mikey showing some pretty good shots there, pretty quick reactions and good crosshair placement when it came to that ladder rim frag onto LMBT. Not just oh, I'm a coach, so I missed a shot or anything. That's just straight up really good play from Mikey. So showing you that the strength of the roster for Unity is pretty evenly spread. Everybody on double-digit frags after that last round. And even though Neofrags cooled off a little bit from Ancient, we're still looking pretty solid here on the side of Unity. Looks like this will be a pretty heavy apartments lean with OP Dust leading the charge. Fleerax is the first one to get clotheslined. Molotov, I feel, yeah, they sussed out that OP Dust is probably there, so he's going to throw down a smoke and see what else he can do. He'll escape with the kit and his life. LMBT not sure exactly where he wants to go right now because the middle position of the map is completely open, but Unity don't know that yet.
And if you're MOUZ NXT here, you got to make a gamble, and they're doing just that, rotating their players toward the A-bomb site, making a risky play that doesn't seem to be paying off. As you can see that the T's are leaning towards B, the bomb going there for the time being. Still, of course, lining up a few smokes to be thrown with 50 seconds on the clock. Unity have more than enough time to consider their options, and they understand that B is there for the taking. Soon enough, they will find out that it's completely empty, which should bring them into a 1-round lead. With Unity looking very well since the sides have switched.
Yeah, definitely playing a little bit better, particularly since they're opening 4 rounds of the map. They're able to finally do at least that much better. And OP Dust has a nade out. He is not going to get away with his life there. Did not expect the phase of the smoke, and Neofrag is happy to jump right in there, finish off the job and confirm the round. What you want to do with MOUZ NXT right now, you want to make sure that you don't lose any more players. LMBT thankfully is able to stay alive. It would be ill-advised to continue peaking. Not because Fleerax won't be able to afford the AWP. The loss bonus should max out pretty soon, so he's going to have his sniper, even if it costs him a Kevlar, and I think he should go for it, given how proficient he is on that particular weapon. But you want to have weapons around it. You can't just be empty-handed and with one guy who's got a glass cannon. That's just not going to work out for you. So it looks like MOUZ NXT will be just fine about keeping onto their weapons. Nicodian helps out his coach, and Quartz is going to hit the deck. Now we'll wait to see what that defensive op looks like, but Fleerax would have been feeling better if he hadn't been the one to eat lead earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to be creative, trying to do something a bit more aggressive. Neofrag having absolutely none of it. And afterwards, there was very little that MOUZ NXT could do after they rotated all of their players towards A. Unity had a free bomb site B. Now with the 1 round lead, let's see what the plan is for Unity. For them to inch ever so closer to Dust 2, which will be our decider should we have a need for it. Looks likely at this point in time. As you mentioned, Fleerax did get his hands on that big green. And given the fact that he spent the entirety of the first half trying to 1v9, he's going to try and put that up to good use. There you go. Hits the first shot. Do Unity want to commit to the side? The answer seems to be yes. Through the smoke to try to get to the side. Fleerax out on the open, unable to hit the next shot. OP Dust, a freebie found. LMBT as well, a kill found. There you go. Woozy dead. And Mikey's backstab will be inconsequential. A bit too late to the party with 3 CTs defending that C4. Not going to do anything here if you're Mikey, as Nicodian takes his head and ties up the scoreline yet again.
Really well played by MOUZ NXT, and Fleerax, he got 1 frag, so how impactful was he? Look at the way Unity scrambled to go kill him after that opening shot. Everybody looking his way, frees up OP Dust and LMBT to shoot a couple people who aren't even paying attention. Everybody was going straight there, moths to a flame, and boy did they get burned. Nice.
Oh, that shot.
He's Portuguese, not Brazilian, but he'll do a cold zero any day of the week.
Oh, no problem. All right, what's next for Unity? Facing a reset, so might be in a bit of a pickle should they lose this round. They got to get creative. They got to think of something. And if you're MOUZ NXT, you can be happy with the way things are at the moment. Took control of ramp. You know that nobody is going to come towards A so easily, apart from possibly Palace. Too high, just missed the timing. Could have saw a CT that is continuing forward. It's Nicodian that could be on a very quick backstab if the timing serves him right. And you better bet that it damn sure will. If he checks out what's up on top mid, he might get rewarded with a double. And with not even 60 seconds on the clock, Unity are not going to be expecting this. There's one, and the other, the bomb, still in the hands of Unity, but they have no idea what's going on across the map. They need to pull the trigger somewhere, Pronogo.
They sure do, yeah, and it seems like it's going to be going up into the mid window and maybe through jungle afterwards, but they're actually playing it slow. 45 seconds is not a lot of time when you barely have any map control, and AOK, he actually does get fragged, but that's a very passive position that forced a lot of jiggle peeking out before the rifle was finally found, so OP Dust going to be leading the charge, making a whole lot of noise. Neofrag finds an opportunity there. That feels like it was miraculous. LMBT now holding from short. Doesn't spot any movement through that smoke. Nicodian's flank actually turns back around, and Quartz, well, he's actually going to have an opportunity, and he does make good on it. Oh, look at that, through the fire.
10 seconds.
Casts LMBT into a 1v1. He needs to go for it. He needs to bait out the plant. Oh, the Molotov. Oh, it's going to be close. I think he gets away with a little bit of health, but it's 1 bullet away, and LMBT has it. The clutch from the coach. More than sufficient as he scarpers back for that AWP.
That must feel really good for LMBT. That 1 kill was so important as MOUZ NXT get the lead yet again on Mirage. 3 rounds left for them to go to get to the play-in stage, go through this Swiss stage that wasn't really kind to them so far. And if you're Nicodian here, like, you find the 2 kills, you expect it's round over. You gotta hand it to Unity. They put one hell of a fight up against MOUZ NXT. Unluckily for them, LMBT's game sense got the better of them.
Yeah, that incendiary was so good as well because it forced him into either I cancel my plant and lose the round because of what happens after, or maybe something a little bit worse happens. I burn up and then get one shot by the coach. That's exactly what occurred. And that same coach has an alligator named XM. See how many frags he can get with a weapon like that. OP Dust
towards B is going to be fast. OP Dust ready to receive, but only finds one. LMBT looking to do something on long range with the shot. Not going to happen. Fleerax, though, good with the op, bring it back into a 3v3. Mikey far from the side. He's going to take a while to rotate. Fleerax still looking to find somebody's head. Oh, missed shot with the op. That might cost him. That's a nice looking no scope, and Woozy dead as well. Mikey with the Glock. Nothing he can do as Fleerax adds another to the tally, and MOUZ NXT hit 11.
Yeah, no bomb plant on that force buy, so we are going to have another one of those weird ones going into the next. AWP should be available for Woozy, but what are you going to do tactically with your players? Where are you going to assign them? OP Dust not able to get too much over here, but Too High's heroics are punished immediately and ended immediately. Fleerax, 3 frags in the round. Improves to 22 and 11, a 2.0 KD. Same as Neofrag had in the previous map, by the way. So they're taking turns on the other side. This time around, it looks like MOUZ NXT, the team with the 2.0 KD player, is going to be the winning team if things continue. Unity have a very slim margin to improve before something like that really takes shape. As long as Fleerax has that op, I just don't see how Unity are going to make any headway. They need to either anti-strat him, avoid him, eliminate him. Something needs to be done. Turn his TV off.
LMBT has an op of his own as well, guarding B all by his lonesome. OP Dust just on short, looking to make some space. Timing working out for Fleerax, somehow surviving and finding a double, still alive, finally taken out by Too High. But is it too little and too late, as Fleerax already made the damage happen? Still on 2 KD. Neofrag looking to make some space from window and actually connects onto Nicodian. It's a 3 versus 3, still an opportunity here for Unity. Coerce takes Aok out of the equation. It's OP Dust and LMBT trying to scramble this round together. And now it looks like a Unity round all of a sudden. Fleerax's heroics were not rewarded. LMBT connects onto Quartz. And Neofrag is only on 7 points of health. OP Dust can make quick work of him when this smoke fades. Won't be the case. It's all down to the coach. And I think he knows that there's very little he can do in this one. He knows where about the players could be. And there is a kit on the floor. No smoke on him. He would have died for a smoke by now. Can't even fake it as they're just dribble peeking, looking to spot where he's at. LMBT missed shot, pulling back, trying to save that op. It will be Unity on 10.
Man, close margins there, but OP Dust not leaving a lot of room for LMBT to secure that clutch. I couldn't believe the tracking on his second shot. It was, he must have a very low sensitivity. I'm not going to pro settings to figure out LMBT's sends, but I'm pretty sure he's on a struggle some time there a little bit. Looks like Too High needs to fix his camera while we cool off from that. Very neck and neck so far. Fleerax finds 2 frags, and still it's not quite enough. Needed to stay alive, apparently. 3 frags with ops in that round. That was the kill that really opened things up. Quartz finding an empty header. Easy headshot. And then when OP Dust fell apart in the jungle position versus a player who just needed a light gust of air to blow him over, there was no real way in for LMBT. He would have needed to do some absolutely unthinkable things. Pretty good at using all of their utility, which in some ways kind of bites them since they don't then have smokes for things like that. But MOUZ NXT's utility usage has been very much on point. More so on T-side when they were execute heavy, but even when they're defending, they are definitely finding ways to use utility, oftentimes in proactive manners, to clear positions. So worthwhile for sure. Looks like they've identified where the op is going to be. Nicodian has to fall back here. That smoke's getting phased for sure. He gets bullets to the back. And immediately LMBT clotheslined inside the jungle. Okay, it's all onto him for a multi. He finds the first and isolates another duel with the bomb as well. He's going back and forth, but he was actually the last man standing by the end of that. Can you believe it? A full wipe and Unity tie it up.
Yeah, Unity keeping themselves alive and tying it up as we hit all 24 rounds, heading into, of course, round number 23. The next will allow either Unity a map point or MOUZ NXT a series point. Very well done by Unity. Some fast pace pushing through the smokes, completely unexpected by MOUZ NXT. And if you're MOUZ, you're not feeling good about this buy. 2 Deegs, 1 M4, 1 from us, and that Fleerax off looking to make something happen. Nicodian does. Nice. Fleerax as well. It's a +2 in quick succession for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, and those are some of the only premium weapons on the roster right now, so excellent performance from those two to bring things in. LMBT gives one back over, but does expose Neofrag's position underpass. He's basically been acting a little bit like a decoy in some of these rounds, trying to scout out and scare away opponents, but Nicodian falling does prove to be a little bit more problematic now. Ooh, this is such a tight hold. Oh no, the jump. It legs him and he finishes him off with the pistol. Does he know? Oh, he does know Two Eyes there, but he doesn't correct on the angle. And now it's OP Dust's Deagle and AOK's FAMAS that are the only things left on the roster for MOUZ NXT.
Can't hit the shot. OP Dust can't get away either, and it's only AOK now. He upgraded to an M4, but still a 1 versus 2. They still need to make the bomb cross, which might give him an opportunity in this one, unless Too High dispenses of him. Not going to be the case. Tagged a little bit. AOK wants to get to the site. Now they know exactly where he is. Neofrag will get the better of him, and it is Unity on map point. Another scary round for Unity, where they managed to dig themselves out of a bit of a deep pit.
Problem is, what's MOUZ NXT going to fight back with for overtime? What are they possibly going to be able to do here? LMBT phasing an ill-timed smoke. Neofrag's kill onto OP Dust all but confirmed it. He was trying to get into a better position. Tactical timeout now for the MOUZ upstarts. We talked about them winning here being a humongous upset, considering they're playing with their coach. OP Dust and AOK have not had great series by themselves, however, it must be said. AOK was a little bit better on the T side of Mirage and a little bit better on Ancient overall, but he's certainly had some struggles going into this second half of our second map. OP Dust, a little bit mediocre all around today. Needs to see if he can improve. But Flareax with 26 frags, I mean, man's certainly trying.
Oh yeah, can't fault him at all for this map. And it seems like a bit, but still, you're really fighting with sticks and stones here if you're MOUZ NXT, trying to make a play happen with the lesser weaponry, though LMBT starts things off quite well. AOK taken out of the equation. LMBT will do some damage with that HG. OP does get only for 1. And his teammates died as well. It's a 3 versus 3. Some damage dealt. Mikey only on 18. He'll be dispensed of. What do you do if you're Too High and Woozy? We might be on the precipice of overtime here, especially with LMBT still active in Palace. He does not want to peek out, as that might be a risky play, though. That means that his teammates might actually need to go elsewhere and check out what's going on. A double peek onto Woozy and Too High dead as well. We're going to be looking at extra rounds on Mirage. The map that took out Sinners might still be the map that takes out Unity.
Unreal scenes, and the fact that Mirage overtime is secured by none other than LMBT himself, charging directly in to Palace off the back of that Molotov. That's the kill that opens things up and distracts the other 4 members of Unity. AOK not able to get much done, but after that, the HE combining with OP Dust does so much softening that Mikey can barely walk forward before Fleerax nails them with the FAMAS. Easy as you like it. Now, money is not an issue. AWP for days. Fleerax will have a field day.
Words wants to make a big play, only good for 1, but that might be enough. LMBT, no chance. Fleerax there as well. OP Dust hits the deck, and it's Nicodian against 4. A very quick round that goes into the favor of Unity. What do you do if you're Nicodian here? Yeah, you're almost on 100 HP, but there's so many enemies there on mid, just hiding in the smoke, and one residing on A as well. Woozy gonna get the better of Nicodian as Unity take the lead.
Yeah, as long as they remember to have somebody else drop Fleerax's op here, they should be fine in the long run, money-wise. And something else to note as you get into overtime, of course, we are looking for 16 rounds to win, 15 to guarantee a second OT to continue punching neck and neck with these two squads. Unity have secured 13 first. We talk about this a lot. Team that chokes away the opportunity to win the map often hits 13 first, the pressure having been relieved. They haven't yet been on an elimination point, but they've been damn close, and Unity must be feeling it. Trying to find a little bit more form. They're going to group up towards the B site. No, it's underpass. Oh, Fleerax almost had a lineup, but instead, all he does is leg Woozy, and Too High finishes the job. Not the opener you were hoping for. LMBT with the secondary sniper, by the way.
He had it once in the second half as well.
Yeah.
I think he found a frag with it, if I recall correctly.
Yes,
I think he found 2, actually. So let's see if he can put that big ring to good use. Nicodian picking up a lot of slack as well in the second half. He was very far behind Fleerax, not at least not so much. So you can count on him to get a couple, but it's OP Dust that will be under duress here. The T's are looking to strike B. That's a freebie to start with, but still so many to be dispensed. OP Dust, now his position known. Some smoke there to cover as OP Dust maybe wants to go.
Oh, no!
Mikey with the rifle, but nade in hand, rather knife in hand. Nicodian gets a frag as well, and this attack is crumbling for Unity as they want to get to the site, but now it's so difficult to do so. 30 seconds on the clock as Too High hits the deck as well, and Woozy on 5 points of health. Absolutely no chance of claiming this one. It will be all tied up yet again as Woozy enters the site, unable to find that first, and now nowhere to go. Oh, this is hard to watch a little bit as both of the op-wielding players miss their shots, but at the end of the day, MOUZ NXT take it over the line.
All right, and 2 ops are available to be picked up as well by the MOUZ NXT players if they want them into the next. Though I think they have money to reinvest at least 1. OP Dust, he got a freebie, you called it right. And then this one was also so easy for him over by Get Left. And one of the things that you got to watch out for when you're coming into these positions, those arch areas, tactical timeout for MOUZ NXT to talk over their options. You don't know when someone's going to be lurking through that smoke, but when you hear that there's one guy default, you're not expecting him to be anywhere close to that, you know? That's not where you would rotate towards typically, but that smoke thrown, I think by LMBT, over outside of market, over market structure, the smoke that ends up blooming to his right allows OP Dust a lot of cover. So great support there, maybe something that he was missing in previous rounds. And all of a sudden, MOUZ NXT spend their overtime tactical timeout, and they are happy to use it right before the last round of their CT campaign. They're going to be switching over to the T side, which remember they narrowly won in regulation 7-5 in that first half. Let's see if they remember how to do it. But first, we need one more round with them as the defense.
Again, 2 ops in play to be expected. Neofrag pushed back. LMBT looking to make some space towards mid. Still undecided, Unity, where they want to go. A bit of a default going on, though Kurtz opens things up in this one. And that's a big kill as he's already on the site, though he's not going to live for long as the CTs get back control of the site. LMBT caught with his pants down by Too High, brings it back into a man advantage for the side of Unity. And still, MOUZ NXT struggling in this round. Somebody's going to have to make a big play, though this is smart from Nicodian. Unity have struck B so many times on this T side that you can expect that they might go for Old Faithful again, risking towards B. But will this risk pay off? That's the question.
Yeah, it looks like he's even going to get burrowed into that little boost up spot, while everybody else on the side of Unity moving towards that A site. Fleerax holding from Palace. He can stand here, and when the bomb plant comes through, they can go for that, of course, compulsory retake in overtime. Last round of the first half of our extra rounds. And while Fleerax will end up finding 1, he does get traded almost immediately by Neofrag. So not as powerful of a position of a flank as it would have maybe been otherwise. But they've been so slow about this that they're actually going to go ahead and fake the bomb plant close to 15 seconds. Nicodian makes some steps. Oh! He shoots through the box. Woozy needs to get off this op and get onto the bomb plant. He's got 10 seconds to do so. And OP does from downtown. He's going to let him wait for it. The intellect on this man, and Mikey's got nothing to do. It's 14 for MOUZ NXT.
What a smart play for MOUZ NXT. I mean, you gotta say, Unity took their sweet time trying to plant that bomb, and when they tried, it was too late. But MOUZ NXT making it work in the best way imaginable. Finding the kill through the box, just wasting time. Nicodian's entire job in this position was just to divert attention to make OP Dust make a play, or rather let OP Dust make a play. In the end, he did exactly that, but with sprinkles on top, as he found that frag through the box and complicated things even further for Unity. A round advantage for MOUZ NXT as sides switch now. Let's see how it's going to look for Unity on the defense, as they're going to have to do a little bit better than in the first 3 rounds of overtime.
Yeah, a little bit better indeed. LMBT in underpass. Getting chunked out quite a bit. We saw him try to take this angle a few times on their T side, but he's going to die with nade in hand this time around. Neofrag not having any of it. Who has had a little late game reactivation here. A resurgence. Him and 2High having 20 plus frags. Nicodian is able to clear one of them, but with Mikey and Woozy finding frags, finding trades, this is now a 2-on-4. It really feels like not a whole lot going on here for MOUZ NXT. And we should be seeing a tie game yet again. As a reminder, 15 rounds will guarantee you extra at the very least. 16 is the victory, so we're still a few ways away from that. OP Dust lurking in through that connector position. His back is turned to jungle, but nobody's there to punish.
Ooh, this could be interesting. Just a matter of will timing suit him, as Woozy is looking towards that position. He's going to dispense of OP Dust, and it's Soyak alone in a 1v4. Very low percentage clutch. Starts off well, though nade in hand means he's down on 28. 2High will finish, and we will be looking at least 30 rounds on this map, Pronogo, as Unity go for blow with MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, blow for blow is a good way to describe it. That T side, we need to see a little bit more going here. Nicodian scrolling through a huge list of plays in the Steam notes, just to show you what people are using things for these days. Some of them named after teams. I saw a Furia strat.
Yeah.
You tell 2High is giving the people what they want. You know, he's just spraying the van afterwards. He's trying to keep things light in overtime when they're facing elimination if they lose this map. So just to point out, OP does. Ooh, he's not going to get caught slipping until the first frag is over with. So a trade, but one that normally ends up favoring the T's.
Yeah. Now they want to hit B. Will they do it fast enough? 2 players defending. Mikey looking to find something from short. He knows that he should not over-aggress, as there's still a chance for a flank to happen from mid. 2High goes through the smoke and finds a kill. Woozy covering his teammate as LMBT hits the deck, and it seems like Unity will be on map point again unless Nicodian and FlareX can make some magic happen, which is very unlikely. FlareX again connecting that op. Looking to find the next. Neofrag just dancing around the site. FlareX has no idea where the player is, and there's still one more to dispense after Neofrag. Now, easy as you like, as Unity hit 15.
First map point, it took a very long time to get to a point where they had a reasonable, realistic chance of winning. They had 1 map point in regulation. This one, it feels a lot more doable because MOUZ NXT on the T side haven't gone back to their old reliable A hits. They've been hitting B, they've been pressuring a little bit more on the extremities. It feels like maybe they've lost a little bit of that momentum naturally, understandably, from that first half where they were starting to really dial in what Unity's defensive setup was. Meanwhile, this European squad here on the side of Unity, oh, that's a big kill. They've been being much more aggressive with their CT positions, and they've been finding those openings that were lacking in the first half.
OP does lose some of his HP, though. Good. Connects onto 2High. It's a 4v4. Still a bit of an active round here for MOUZ to dig themselves out of this one and acquire even more rounds to be played on Mirage. So, of course, that 1 kill shouldn't really tilt the defense so far, though. As I say, you can see Woozy already rotating over to B. 2 players guarding the A site from connector. So it will let MOUZ have some real estate to work with here as they're setting up their smokes and looking to enter the site. LMBT has an auto sniper. I'm very curious to see how he's going to use that for. I mean, it would be useful if they can plant the bomb, but first they need to get to the side. And Woozy covering with the op. They took their sweet time to make this execute, so the Unity opper already rotated from the other bomb site. Still holding the line. Neofrag waiting for that smoke to fade. Woozy, oh, missed shot. That might be punished, and AL does A man advantage now, but the bomb's still not planted through the box. Nicodian dies. And now a lot of trouble as Auto Sniper hits. There you go. Well, if you're not doing too well, just grab the noob gun. It's going to do the work for you. OP Dust on a very long backstab, looking to make it work, but 20 seconds on the clock. They need to hurry up. And LMBT, that now they know where the last MOUZ player is. It seems like it's done. It seems like it's dusted. It's Dust 2 next. OP Dust with 10 seconds. Nothing you can do. The Unity player's just hiding away from him. Neofrag adds the finishing touches as Unity survive for another map. We'll be looking at map number 3 in this 2-2 Swiss stage bracket.
Charge your phones, boys and girls. The players, too, need that charge for their webcams because we go on. Unity, stay alive. Hometown favorites if they can make it. It's been a strugglesome time in the Swiss stage, and their worries are not over yet, taking extra rounds to put MOUZ NXT to bed, but only on one map. And LMBT with the auto, not at all what we expected out of this series. But I gotta tell you, Luba, it has delivered for us.
Absolutely. I mean, it's messy Counter-Strike. You can't really say that both of these teams are playing at their best, especially given the circumstances, neither coming in with the full squad of players maybe they wanted to have this year. But whatever happens, happens. I mean, one of these two teams is going to get eliminated. One of these two teams is going to go through. And I'm very excited to see Dust 2, as this was a bit of a fiesta so far. I don't think that that's going to be changing, Pronogo.
No, Dust 2 is an excellent map for that kind of thing. An excellent map to bring the chaotic energy to a crescendo, and I look forward to seeing it there. So what do you say, Luba? You throw us over to that all-needed break, because I want to see Dust 2, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I hope that's the case for you guys at home. So go grab some snacks, go grab some drinks, and we'll be back after the break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában.
Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sázkařů. Profi, výbava, analytika, plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
One team will be eliminated, one team will go through. The map that decides is Dust 2. The most legendary battleground in all of video games will be the executioner of one of these two teams in the Conquest of Prague. Pronogo, I am very excited about this one, given the action we've had in the first two maps.
Yeah, you can't understate how important it is to have a keen eye and a veteran status, and that's why this is the map, surely, that we're going to see excellence from LMBT on. Honestly, Mirage, really good tactics, very good conditioning, but things fell apart on the defensive side and allowed Unity to come back into it, where they eventually were able to take it even once we got to extra rounds. This one I do not foresee overtime in. Instead, I foresee LMBT charging into some kind of situation. Most likely he'll get flashbanged and absolutely annihilated. But has he set up enough success for the rest of his team?
Well, Kurtz, on the other hand, doing a lot of damage with 3K already in this one and looking to make even better than that. The CT scrambling to defend the A bomb site, but still some utility available to the T's, which will make life very difficult for Fleerax. Should he decide to peek, that will be the case. Oh, what the hell was that from Fleerax? Blink and you missed it, a quad kill to turn this pistol round to MOUZ NXT's way.
And look what he buys immediately. He had Kevlar from the pistol. He picks up that AWP, blink, and he's got it. Easiest 4K of his life. They all lined up, and there was that one godly moment. We love that. We love that. That's a LMBT masterclass right there. Give him the credit. He's the coach. Woozy with the scout, looking for anything he can get. Goes home empty-handed for now. Bigger green on the other side, and that XM from LMBT. Clearly, the man likes his shotguns.
See if he can use it. The answer is yes. First two kills go the way of MOUZ NXT, and Fleerax having a field day already on 6 kills in 2 rounds. Still 2 victims left to be found, though. Neofrag on the AK. This might be dangerous for the side of MOUZ NXT, though as I say that, Neofrag gets dispensed of, and they know exactly where Mikey is. Nowhere to hide, no way to defend yourself. And it will be the second round for MOUZ NXT. A clean one, though, Pronogo. This will add some cash for them to splash.
They're getting mogged. They're getting mogged all the way in their spawn. That is outrageous sequence from first 2. Shotgun into double op frag. And then for a FAMAS to win a heads-up duel, I mean, something's going on here. OP does just full W gaming, chasing down the final frag, and it's not looking too hot. Another scout buy, this time from Kvertz, who immediately gets cleaned up, and
I love this.
With an XM.
Well, he's having so much fun. Oh, though, might get caught off that long-range duel, not really suited that XM for it. But his teammates are there to clean everything up, and it should be a quick and easy cleanup for the side of MOUZ NXT. LMBT, I thought that it was him, but no, it's AI claiming that kill. And as you said, like, they're being seized upon on their own home soil on the T-spawn. OP Dust already on T-spawn, and he'll get an easy kill over here. It's Neofrag left. That Deagle, he's just trembling. He's shaking, though. Not gonna disturb his aim so much. Gets that 1 kill, but MOUZ on 3 already. Finally, we'll get to see Unity on a bye.
I can't believe the sequence of rounds that we just witnessed to you, but the fact that 3 rounds in a row from MOUZ NXT, okay, I can buy that. But they forgot they're on CT side. They're like, yeah, we got to aggress. We got to attack. We're the attacking side. Like, what is going on here, man? I don't know if Unity are going to be able to quickly tilt recover from that, but I'm glad that they at least got a frag in the last few rounds from Neo. So we'll see how that goes. Coming into this full buy, as you mentioned, it's a little bit shaky in terms of utility and in terms of the Galil on Kvertz, but Fleerax pretty committed in the lower tunnels position here. Has he been spotted? Has he been sussed out? Because you know he's been proactive. This is a little bit of a bonus in that way, but you don't want to give away the op like that.
Yeah. If you find nothing, you got to pull back, reposition, live to fight another day in that situation. It's a very passive round from Unity. One thing I have to note is the fact that Unity don't really like playing Dust 2. They ban it sometimes. MOUZ NXT are comfortable on it. Not their favorite map by any means, but still something they could play. So Unity, they need to get the ball rolling as soon as possible. FlareX might get a freebie. Not going to happen as Quirks was faster on the trigger finger. Definitely more precise. Still, the secondary op is still in play. LMBT wants to try his hand at it. One player there to support as well as Nicodian slides towards ramp. And it does seem to be like the A split is looming. The question is, will MOUZ NXT be able to hold their ground?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. AOK has taken over that AWP, but he too will fall. That's 2 in a row. Picks against the Oppers, with the first shot being fired by that big green. And now they're going to rotate over towards the B bomb site, where OP Dust has taken up the XM. I mean, I guess, yeah, they don't have a lot of utility. Are they going to burn out the backside? Indeed, but the low HP player is headshot immediately. Well, there's a bit of a strafe push here, but not going to be able to find the frag. Neo, oh yeah, I found a sitter. That's going to be the third kill on an op, rather, for Unity in this round. And Nicodian's just going to slink away with that A-Kid. Not much he can do. For first round for Unity, it sure was open and shut real quick. Woozy will be brought down to size, but at that point, 16 points of health. Nicodian definitely thinking about getting the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah. Just hoping to keep his hands on this rifle, which isn't going to be the case. Neofrak can use that op quite well. Well, at least good enough to click where your enemy is. Unity get there first on the board. Let's see if MOUZ NXT can find a way to reply.
Does seem to me like this technical pause will come at a reasonable time for MOUZ. They can think over their options here, because they invested so much money into these last few rounds. I don't necessarily foresee a healthy economy unless they immediately get back to winning ways, which is weird to say because they were winning in such dominant fashion earlier, but that felt like it just changed hands pretty quickly, no?
Yeah. Well, after losing all their players, they will be facing a reset in this next round. Hopefully everybody should be ready. Technical pause, not sure when it will end. We've been quite lucky with the tech pauses so far in the Conquest of Prague. Usually when it comes to it, it's pretty quickly fixed. Hopefully it will be the case as well here. And of course we can sort of see a Fleerax highlight reel. Sad we didn't get to see that pistol round quad kill.
Been a hot minute since we've seen the crazy sieges in the T side of the map. And again, MOUZ NXT really felt like they were on the offense. They abandoned that whole setup completely going into their fourth round, and that is what maybe cost them a little bit. Not because it's smart to be aggressive with 2 ops and an XM, but there have been some questionable buys in general for the last little bit. Players are readying back up. We'll get a look at what that purchase is going to be. Fleerax's AWP, full rifles for everybody else, utility, 2 kits, so not the best, not the worst, and we'll have to see whether or not Unity can muster up against a more standard fare round from MOUZ.
We'll see how it looks now, what the decision will be for the side of Unity. MOUZ having an easy time taking control of long. We might expect Unity to poke their heads out maybe a little bit later when this utility subsides. And just a very slow round coming in from Unity, trying to take map control. If you don't have long, at some point, you might want to take control of short. Just take out the opportunity for the CTs to come in on a backstab if you want to go towards the B-bomb site. And they're doing just that. That molly should force anybody out of position that could have been there. And just poking and prodding across the map, hoping for the CTs to waste as much utility as possible.
Lurk smoke thrown. Mikey might be called fourth by that. There's 2 B defenders, 2 A defenders, and someone holding long is Nicodian. Seems like it'll be mostly a mid, maybe mid to B, but they haven't really decided yet. And the utility on the counter side is working out just fine. LMBT throws an exploratory HE. There's another one for him to scoop up here. He does. Got a pretty big responsibility here towards the CT spawn. Another smoke going to be tossed over. This should precipitate yet another HE. How much damage can he make happen? Or is he just going to throw the flash and run out with it?
I don't know what the idea is, but it will be a B split. 2 players defending the site. Let's see what the plan is, or rather, can they hold on? The first one, no. The second one, finding a kill, gonna get dispensed of immediately. Through the smoke, LMBT goes, and Woozy will have an easy time picking him up. The bomb is in no man's land, and there's so little time. They need
No
100
way.
kills. I just noticed that by now, and FleerX, the only thing he needs to do is run. That will be a round for MOUZ NXT, given away by Unity. A kill, a single kill onto mid was enough for that bomb to be dropped. Unity took their sweet time attacking the site, and in the end, it cost them.
The counter utility bought so much time, threw off their clock. They had no way of knowing. A bungle and a half, and at that point, it was a hunt for elimination. FleerX with the AWP will stay alive. His winning play, not the kill, but the jumps up to safe haven. A little bit of a rookie move from LMBT to charge out there after, not expecting to lurk in that position. But you look at the time and you think maybe they're in a mad dash scramble. I got to stop that bomb plant.
Yeah.
Suddenly it all clicks together and makes sense. But Unity, I think they figured it out after MOUZ NXT did, that the time was a little bit too late.
Maybe they're going to have to do it a bit faster next time. Still, of course, with losing so many guns, MOUZ NXT are facing a reset yet again. Both teams actually are facing a reset, so this is an opportunity for somebody to annihilate the opposing team's economy. It will be a B split yet again, this time not so late on the clock as the T's want to close in. Through the smoke they go. Aok on the open, needs to step out amid a freebie found. His teammate in trouble, but he's there to find a double. A triple in the end for Aok, but the B defenders are nowhere to be found. A bomb can get planted, it's just on to Kavertz. If he can find something off of this lurk, it's gonna happen. Finding one. And FleerX way too far away for the trade, looking to find a frag. Not going to happen for him either. It's Nicodian now coming through tunnels, but now it's a low percentage clutch situation as he does not have a kit. Ooh, finds the first, and he knows where first should be, but the off at the ready to strike. Missed shot. Still no kit on him, though. Wants to fake it, but needs to hurry up. Finds the kill nonetheless. Does he have the time? It might actually be closer. No, he's got this. No problem. It's number 5 for MOUZ NXT, and Nicodian beefs up his clutch statistics.
Yeah, well said and well done, but I do want to point out that was an ugly attempted clear for Quartz. They just couldn't figure out how to clear him, and the AWP was an ill-fated tool for the task. So the USP comes out, and that's just never going to work out. Very thin margins there, but the 1v2 in mid gives way to a 1v2 from upper tons. Hats off to Nicodian for making it happen. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he had exactly the right amount of time to do it comfortably. 5th round for MOUZ, and at what point are Unity going to really mount a consecutive attack here where they score a bunch of rounds back to back? Because they are starting to trail in a big way. This isn't just a little bit now.
Yeah, they're in dire need of a round as soon as possible. Still, of course, they could reset the opponent, but now you're losing rounds, you're losing manpower. LMBT good only for 1, but FleerX at the ready with the AWP. A freebie found as Neofrag dry peeking the AWPer. Not going to stand a chance against FleerX today. There's OP Dust as well with his signature gun. Woozy, nice shot, takes care of the opposing team's AWPer, and now it's all of a sudden 1 versus 2, though gets taken care of the T side as MOUZ NXT comfortably claims 6.
Yeah, they keep losing a lot of players on the defense, but the AWP is repeatedly brought back into FleerX's hands. And it feels like he's just always good for 1 kill and a whole lot of distraction, even if he doesn't score more. And yeah, hand in head. Head and hands rather. Not great for Quartz. He's realizing, man, I've been pulling up some heavy moves, and Woozy's fragging well as well, but where is everybody else? Tactical timeout to figure out what the game plan is on the attack. Seems like something has gone amiss on the offense here. You mentioned earlier, Luba, that Dust 2, not a map that Unity call home, not a map that Unity enjoy very much, and I'm wondering if we're not seeing reasons why right now.
Yeah, I feel like we can see some of that. I mean, they've been unfortunate in a few situations that round that was down to the wire, the player that was carrying the bomb being brought down, unable to get it, to plant it in time. That definitely costs you, and it tilts you in a way, especially when you're fighting against elimination. And I mean, I don't want to seem rude, but Unity really care about this tournament, I would say a bit more than MOUZ NXT, which adds just to the pressure of the side of Unity. And you can see that in the results so far. Hoping to do something with these smaller guns. 2 scouts bought in for the side of Unity. FleerX takes care of one of them. The Saab still firing away quite well. 10 kills for FleerX already.
Seems like FleerX cares a hell of a lot more about this tournament. He's been fragging well in every map, especially our previous of Mirage. Damn near 30 frags at that point when it ended. Cooled off a little bit when overtime came out, but just didn't have the op in the right spots, it felt like. Perhaps Unity finally found an answer, and one they desperately need now, going into round number 8 with a man down. And 5, what could be 6 rounds to the deficit here. Too High going to lead the charge with that Tech 9. Nicodian, first point of contact. Rotator from LMBT available, but using an SMG, not the best option at range. Looks like they're onto the site. Oh, that's a brilliant little blind move. AOK has also fallen elsewhere, so this is a site for Unity. And will there even be a retake attempt?
LMBT can just toss himself to the side, hope to find something, and found a frag he did, but OP Dust dead as well. And finally, Unity managed to claim a round, an important one at that, as MOUZ NXT, yeah, they got the rounds, but they lost players while winning, which means that their buy already is going to be under duress heading into the next. So a chance for Unity to close this gap relatively quickly, Pronogo, given that they might give themselves an opportunity to chain more than a few together.
Yeah, this feels like they're basically facing a reset before they even lost any rounds. That's how bad their money is on 3 players. Of course, the loss bonus non-existent for them, so not going to end up with a lot of money going into the next. OP Dust in particular looking pretty dire. 1,400 injected, and it's not much at the end of the day. I think you could tell based on his facial expression after he lost that duel trying to back up LMBT on short. He realized, wait a second, I have no money now. Yeah. So definitely a poor situation for them all. Tactical pause. MOUZ NXT talking over their options a little bit longer. And yeah, even though LMBT did find a frag with the SMG, I had... It's hard to say that was worth it. It's hard to say that the push forward was worth it. FleerX obviously wasn't in position to assist with those fights, nor was he expected to, but he did well and escaped with the AWP. They can build an offense around that. An upgraded pistol for OP Dust. Once again, the MP7 rocking by LMBT, and of course the classic rifles and the AWP available for everybody on the defense. So this is still a fight that can be waged, a war that can be waged. They're already outside A doors though, and there's nobody here to accept this.
Yeah. Free real estate for Unity, though the CTs are rotating back, so still a defense to be mounted, especially with FleerX's AWP available. Smoke on the site for FleerX to maybe look for an angle around it, which of course is the idea. The problem is you have an op on the other side of long as well that might cause some trouble, and it will. Through the broken smoke, Woozy has an easy time finding FleerX, and that's the op out of the picture. Somebody can grab it, which could be of use for the side of MOUZ NXT, but Unity still sitting tight on long, waiting for another mistake to be made.
That one right there was the complicated sand dance, sword dance that you saw in Indiana Jones, and then Indy just shoots him. A little bit awkward there for FleerX as he gets himself set up with a complicated nade toss, and then Woozy's like, yeah, I guess I can see you, sure.
No problem, just a left click and you're dead. Too high, easy as you like. Finds the first through the smoke, not gonna happen though. His team is not gonna be struggling in this one unless LMBT can do something, and a double he found. Though left on 20 points of health against 2 AKs. Slim pickings here. Yeah, you like this?
I like this. I mean, he's gonna die, but I like the move. Go all the way around long. There's no way they would expect this. We're waiting for the Giga Brain. We're waiting for the Jagunda moment. It does look like he is being held, and the footstep was heard. He's a little bit too close there. Quartz will swing, and that will be the end of that. But hey, For a second, we were in suspense.
Yeah. For a moment there, it seemed very dangerous for Unity. I would assume that they themselves thought, oh, all right, can somebody stop this man?
Is it possible? I add all of our ages up together and we still can't step to him? What's going on?
Well done for Mikey, opening things up on the site. Unity grab number 3, and not only that, this should be a quick and easy number 4 in this, unless somebody can make a play with these pistols. And throughout this competition, already we've seen that even starting pistols can do a lot of damage stacked together, but the problem for MOUZ NXT, Unity is quite close to opening that B-bomb site up.
Yeah, most of them are already peeling off. It's only OP Dust with the 5-7 left over here by the doors. That's where the bomb is as well, so Neofrag's responsibility is to go scoop that up after. If the unthinkable happens and he loses just a straight heads-up duel, there will be a problem. But he's aware. He's certainly aware. OP Dust not going to be able to take it to him. And there was something that looked a little bit spooky for a second there, but thankfully Woozy had the backdrop. And with all that said, everybody is dead. MOUZ NXT have fallen with just the pistols. Not a single frag to their name. Maybe the expected outcome, but certainly not the one they were hoping for.
And only 2 rounds separate these two teams again. Maybe we counted out Unity a bit too early. Not really that we counted them out, but they still looked very dire at the early stages of this map. Now things look a hell of a lot better. Not the perfect buy in the hands of MOUZ NXT, even after going broken for a longer period of time. So could still be a very good chance for Unity to put themselves even on 6 by the end of this half, which would be perfect given how things went.
Yeah, tie half at the end of it all. Cut out any of the momentum MOUZ NXT might have, but OP Dust wants to put himself back into the conversation and his team as well. Mikey showed a little shoulder there, AOK almost punishing. Certainly giving him a little bit of plastic surgery with those bullets, and that is looking hard for Unity to find a way in. Maybe Fleerax will give him an opportunity. The answer is no, as Woozy actually took Neofrag down a peg with that shot.
That's so unlucky.
Leaving Fleerax on 1 point of health. Yeah, that's outrageous. OP Dust's 3rd in the round. All but cements this. Yeah, make it 4. 7-4. MOUZ NXT take the lead. Confirm the half is won on their side. And have one more opportunity to make it 8-4, which would be poetic after how Ancient started.
Yeah. Talking about things, Ancient looked like a shoo-in for Unity. Didn't go their way. They managed to get it over the line via overtime on second map. And now on Dust 2, they're still scrambling for something. Looking to make some forward momentum is Woozy. The rest of his team just scrambling around the site. On short, maybe too much for Fleerax too early as Woozy takes care of him. Aox up, connects, nice flick. But where can you go now? You gotta fight through tunnels, and there's still a player waiting for you, Mikey. Chance to Goomba stomp, not gonna happen. Off, miss, AK, and connects in the end. And a man advantage now for Unity, a chance to put themselves on 5, a chance they will wholeheartedly take. LMBT and OP Dust, last man standing. Woozy, missed shot, not something that you would expect an offer to miss, and that might go punished. Not gonna be the case. OP Dust misses his shot, and it's LMBT against 4. Do you believe now, Pronago?
I guess I should have said yes real quick so I could have been the laughing stock, but it's LMBT to take the last few shots, and that is a 5th round at the end of the first half for Unity.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity, tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click, we reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. A fun time so far in this elimination match. MOUZ NXT taking on Unity on map number 3. Let's see where the second half takes us now that the sides have switched. Pronogo, Unity biting back, fighting back, and keeping their dream of Prague alive.
Yeah, however faint, however faded, that dream hasn't become a memory just yet. Neofrag, I don't know what he's thinking he's doing, trying to put on his best LMBT cosplay. Ends up paying for it with his head, but Woozy will fight back, 4-on-4. Some utility already expended. Has that knocked the offense off of their game? MOUZ NXT had a game plan coming into this round. Now they've got no utility left.
Well, they still have that smoke, which could be of essence if they want to split towards B, but rather they take their luck to short, which might be difficult with no flashes remaining. You can't force a player out of the angle, which might complicate things, especially with those long-range USPs, and Woozy ready to receive when that attack comes. Still, with 60 seconds on the clock, MOUZ can continue to poke and prod and see where their luck takes them. It will be a smoke to CT and AOC following, checking out what's up there. So in the end, it is a B split, and let's see if the B defenders can fight back. Too high, first point of contact, finds the first headshot, and he's actually looking for more. Notices there's a player on mid as well.
No.
Flarex taken care of, and it's a clean round in the end for Unity.
Yeah, I guess Neofrag really was just there to knock them off balance, because MOUZ NXT looked clumsy trying to get into B. Not just the smoke being maybe not the best place to put it. AOC taking a bunch of damage on the fall down, only to be headshot like nothing. Too High obviously finding a great opportunity there. Another thing that Too High did very well, by the way, is, you know, he was obviously on the right bomb site. Had he gone down, that kit would have been right then and there for the taking.
Yeah. Now, what do you do if you're MOUZ NXT? It seems like you concede another round unless LMBT can make it work with this scout. A Deagle in the hands of OP Dust and Nicodian, rather a pair of Deegs. Trying to blow somebody away. They're going to take it slow and wait for a player on the Unity side to be a bit overzealous. Entry grenade, not going to do a lot. Looks like a tied result through and through, unless a miracle can happen here for MOUZ NXT. We have also one more best of 3 in the Swiss stage after this one. It was scheduled at 19:30 CEST, but that schedule is already out the window. It will be Walczaki against Clutchain. Scream's team is going to be a very fun best of 3. So even when this one finishes, be sure to tune in to see the end of this Swiss stage. As it looks, a very fast and easy cleanup. Woozy getting a few kills under his belt, struggling with the last, but no problem in the end. They did lose a player in Too High. Hope he does. Missed shot will be punished, and it is all tied up.
Yeah, nice little laser drill long range from Neofrag. Aim punch made it impossible for the Deagle to get anything done after OP Dust missed the first shot. And you know what, Yuba? I'm proud of myself. I haven't made any Dust 2 puns when OP Dust gets 2 kills. Mostly because that only happened once, but you know.
Well, save your jokes. You might need them, given how these two teams are playing, going blow for blow. I wouldn't count overtime out just yet.
It's a possibility. It certainly was activated in Mirage. These two squads have honestly kind of cooled off overall, it feels like. No one player standing out amongst the rest ever since we swapped over to Dust 2. Everybody kind of playing down to a level below what they were on Mirage. Or put another way, struggling a little bit. Things have been kind of silly, but not really too tactical. And Neofrag, dancing with death, dancing with bullets. Stays alive, but just south of 70 points of health.
Spearheading the attack is LMBT with his trusty MAC-10, waiting for that smoke to re-pop, though he gets his head blown off. A man advantage now for the side of Unity, as Woozy wants to bring the fight to them. Will cost him his life. It's a 4 against 4, and still more than an active round for both teams, as MOUZ NXT make their way to the site through the smoke. Neofrag goes great flash, but only good for 1. Aok next to die in the end. Flareax dead as well, and Nicodian now against 3. MOUZ NXT conceding another, it seems, in this second half, unless Nicodian can pull some magic. Good for 1, not the other. It is a Unity lead.
Yeah, sure is. And at this point, the money is good enough on the defensive side that they can start pulling out the AWP. They can start pulling out some of the heavy hitters. Give Woozy, who did have a resurgence on Mirage, did have a reasonable performance so far on Dust 2 after a disappointing Ancient. Definitely a player you got to watch out for, though, especially when you give him his favorite weapon.
And he got it. Up in his hands now only against pistols. Flareax conserving his money so he can have a big green in the next as well. But Unity looking to double their advantage in this one. Get one closer to double digits. And all the T's grouped up in tunnels. Smoke break. Mikey, not going to see anything. So many smokes there about. But now the T's want to strike that B bomb site. Through the smokes they go. Utility expended. Mikey in trouble, but he finds a frag. Wirtz is going to die only after finding 1. Mikey needs to survive for as long as possible. That won't be the case, but Too High finds a kill nonetheless and maintains that man advantage as the CTs are closing in. MOUZ NXT complete the first objective, and that is only to plant the bomb. But Flareax down on 13 and down on the floor now. Nicodian again in a 1 versus 3. Tested now with the Tech 9, but CT's coming from both sides. No trouble for Unity this retake as they grab round number 9.
Yeah, and they keep 3 alive, so their money can continue to build. Obviously, only a big amount on Too High. Everybody else below 2K before the defusal of that bomb kicks in. 2-round game now where Unity have a lead, and they should be able to continue improving based on that. Of course, you do have to watch out for what might end up coming down the pike when you're considering MOUZ NXT. They should have a full buy into the next round. They've got that bomb plant, got a couple of bits of loss bonus now, keyed into it, and they didn't invest every dollar that they owned. So the AWP is back onto Fleerax, and we've got AKs everywhere else. This is a proper gun round, and MOUZ NXT looking for 8.
We'll see if they're going to get it. Fleerax back on that op, missed shot. Will try his luck elsewhere. So far, just the default, as MOUZ NXT are looking to make some space happen once they dispense of their utility, or rather when the CT utility starts to fade. They'll be looking for that first kill. Unity making the smart play and pulling back as soon as those smokes fade away. Of course, taking control of short, a default approach from the side of MOUZ NXT, but at some point they're going to have to pull the trigger and decide which side they like best. Currently, it seems like an A split might be looming, but there's still so much space they need to acquire for that. And look at that, 4 players defending the A bomb site. Should MOUZ NXT bite on that, they might be in trouble, Brownaga.
Well, they certainly could be. One of the biggest problems that Unity have faced so far is once they lose a site, trying to retake it has been a bit of a hard-fought affair, unless the opponents are already down to a 1-on-3 or a 2-on-4. Maybe MOUZ NXT can use that to their advantage. Once again, committing AOK down, but he makes a lot of noise, gets shot in the back, and Too High, well, he's not worried at all about that position. LMBT has to trade. He gets a second one as well. He might be called upon for more, but he's already dead. Nicodian, 1-on-3 again. How many times do we have to say this? This time with only 15 seconds on the clock, it doesn't matter. MOUZ NXT stall out on the attack in mid.
Yeah, not even going to try his luck this time around after 2 failed attempts. Third time will not be the charm. It's Unity grabbing another, putting themselves on double digits, and now going through this Swiss stage seems like a possibility. We talked about Unity not liking Dust 2. That might change after this best of 3.
Well, at the very least, they're finding the stability that they lacked in a lot of the other CT sides this series so far. And throughout the entire Swiss stage, Unity haven't been a team of absolute, resolute dispatchers of justice. When it comes to that defensive side, there's a lot of opportunities to find little spots. MOUZ NXT showed it on Mirage when they were in regulation. Only in overtime did Unity take their fate into their own hands, grab the bull by the horns, and find aggressive positions. On Dust 2, they've mixed a little bit of that in, but it's mostly been MOUZ NXT having ill-fated game plans. Too much coverage in CT spawn. 2High didn't even turn his back over towards that mid window to take some sort of advantage over against AOK. He knew that there was coverage there. He did not need to change up his angle, and he just gunned them all down. So now, with a minute 20 on the clock, and MOUZ NXT once again posturing mostly with short presence, maybe with an idea to split mid again, they don't have any long door control, and they don't really have a big presence in B. The lurk smoke has been thrown, but Mikey's on it. This should be another round where Unity are favored.
Yeah. Now MOUZ NXT want to strike towards short. Will that be the case? As they sent only one player towards the site. Now he jumps to CT. As you said, they want to split that B bomb site, but losing 3 players already as finally Fleerax replies, but still a player defending the site. Mikey will have an easy job taking care of Nicodian. Well, Nicodian was against 3 rounds in a row. Now it's Fleerax against 4. And it does not seem like a possibility, not even a slight probability for Fleerax to claim this one. Unity will be striking 11, and MOUZ NXT seem to be lacking ideas on the offensive.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, right, Luba? Because we're not talking about a situation where the stars aren't playing and the shooters aren't shooting. There might be a little bit of that in some of these heads-up duels in mid, but the calling, where is the calling at when you're constantly pushing through mid, constantly sending AOK down there into the CT spawn through that Vanguard smoke? What is the play when that stops working, when that has not yielded a single point of victory for your squad? And now Fleerax is likely to die after time. That is the last nail in the coffin. I know it's only 11 rounds. I know there's still room there, and I know that we're going to have a little bit of a moment with a tactical timeout for MOUZ NXT, but they really need to change up their plan, and they do not have the resources to make it perfect. They need to make it ugly but workable. That's what MOUZ NXT need right now.
That's what they called me in high school.
Same.
Tactical timeout for MOUZ NXT. Need to talk about things, need to adjust something, need to make a change, and that Fleerax kill, or rather Fleerax death after time, that's insult to injury, making it even more difficult. And Unity, this second half seems to be going to their favor through and through. Everything they touch turns to gold. Fleerax on $400 to his name. Rest of the team, what do you do here? Do you risk it all to stop Unity from grabbing 12? And then basically have nothing heading into what could be the last round of this series.
Yeah, it certainly could be the round that puts Unity on series point. LMBT's camera's gone dark. Fleerax has stepped away. Looks like we're going to have a longer technical pause while we wait for LMBT to charge his phone up. He didn't hear me in the break. I told everybody, charge your phone.
Sometimes you got to do that. Everybody needs to have a camera pointed at their monitor. Just due to fair play when it's online Counter-Strike in play. And here's a shocking piece of news. Senzu joining BC Game on loan.
Oh,
that's not something anybody had in their bingo card.
Well, at least he's not going to be primary opping. So.
Yeah.
There is that.
SDY comes into Passion UA as Senzu's replacement, and it's when you think about it, it's a very weird looking resume for Senzu. He was at Mongols, he was their best player, went to cool his head, and now I guess enjoying himself. I mean, he had a fun time at Passion UA, I assume. Judging by his numbers, it was a very fun time. Sadly for him, they couldn't really make it work perfectly at the end of the day. Some opportunities missed. And now at BC Game, and I'm curious to see what they are cooking, as they still have a few spots to fill in their roster.
A lot of loaning happening in the modern day top-level Counter-Strike. It's an interesting way around the ludicrous contracts. Hey, look at this.
Yeah, get some fresh air, especially if you're OP Dust and you live in a country where, well, good weather is part of everyday life.
All right, dude, what's next? Can we get a drone delivering DoorDash to this balcony? Is that a possibility? Do we live in the future yet?
Is that really a thing anywhere?
Yeah, I think in New York.
Seriously?
I'm pretty sure. Could be fake news.
That's sort of a start of a dystopian future, if you ask me.
Oh, only the start. Welcome.
Well,
We're
yeah,
there.
I mean,
We're there, boys.
Yeah, you start to get comfortable doing everything via drone. Then at the end of the day, it's the drones that are commanding you.
DoorDash oil into my reservoir meat bag.
Hopefully, we should get back on track.
Why is that not what we were here for?
For jokes about
robot impressions?
DoorDash? Yeah, we just got confirmed intel that LMBT is in fact charging his phone. Something that we joked about, Pronogo, on broadcast basically ever since this tournament began, and we actually get confirmation that players still do forget to charge their phone as they use it as the webcam.
Well, LMBT's the coach, and he's the one who's telling them, hey, you got to charge your phones. Make sure to charge your phones. But nobody told him to. There's no coach for the coach, so it kind of checks out. This will mean that we get a little bit of a lull here. A good opportunity right before the crescendo on Dust 2. It feels like it's mostly the Unity game. LMBT at least has some time to maybe consider tactically what he wants to do, but maybe this pause is more frustrating than anything else.
I mean, it might be the case for both teams. On one side, you got MOUZ NXT that could really use a breather. Simply one of those situations, things are going your way, and they haven't been for a while now. It's, 6 consecutive going the way of Unity. MOUZ NXT, this could be a godsend for them. As long as when, they continue, or rather when they resume play, they actually use this time off to sort out the issues they might have had. Of course, you can't really discuss gameplay-oriented things during a technical break, but you can still sort of cool off as a player and think about what's coming up.
Full buy probably, Nico. But yeah, okay. Let's have
definitely something that you got to keep an eye out for here. Got to keep an ear out for here as we wait for the technical pause to subside. A lot of the time, you'll end up in a situation where you lost all your momentum, and it's from something that's unrelated to the actual map at hand. We did hear some controversy about this at the top level of Counter-Strike with one of the recent tournaments. I believe it might have even been before IEM Rio, whatever ESL event was before that. But there was an event that there was a very lengthy technical pause while we waited for a team to get set up properly. And then it resulted in what felt like no fair play for, I believe it might have even been Furia. The memory's coming back to me now, but certainly a contentious subject when that kind of thing happens. So something to keep an eye out for here. Do Unity struggle to get back into it? We are back into it, by the way. Unity 11-7 for MOUZ NXT, a 4-round gap, but only 2 rounds necessary to close this series up. And it looks like we'll be seeing MOUZ pounce on B.
Oh, that is going to be a quick one. First finds one. There's Mikey with another, though. Nade in hand might cost him. Still pulls the rifle on time to take care of a player. Nicodian still on that AK looking to dispense of Mikey. A drive-by through the wall to the head of Nicodian. And if you're LMBT, there's nothing you can do in this one. 1 versus 4 with the Tech 9 bomb on the site. CT's covering. It's just a matter of who gets the last kill. It will be series point for Unity. They've been struggling all throughout this best of 3, but finally they get things on track, and they're going to have 5 opportunities to dispense of MOUZ NXT and to make their way to the deciding best of 3s.
That's right. Play-in stage awaits for the winner of this series and the next one. Clutchain versus Walczaki. The main thing you gotta watch out for here, though, is MOUZ NXT do have proper weapons in this last round. Well, what could be the last round? It's not a guarantee. Now, they have struggled to find opening picks ever since switching over to the T side. FleerX, the op, wants to aim down sights at B, see if he can't melt Mikey or Quartz, whoever wants to peek him. Gonna be a hard-fought type of peek, and he announces his presence, but goes home empty-handed. Thinking about doubling back towards mid instead. Reposts. And A-OK, I don't know if he heard Neofrag, but FleerX going down to Quartz there at the end, and Neofrag immediately choosing to pounce. This is the last round unless MOUZ NXT finds something magical.
Doesn't seem likely. Neofrag looks to be like he's going to find at least one free kill here, and it's just information for his team. At some point, they'll be peeking towards him, but LMBT, no chance. Neofrag finds a double, and it's all collapsing for MOUZ NXT. It seems to be all she wrote. A-OK trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but his teammate's still too far away. He has to do it all on his own. Gonna die after fighting 2 kills. Nicodian, this 1v3 is not going his way either. It's MOUZ NXT being eliminated. It's Unity, the hometown favorites, keeping their dreams of going to Prague alive. Was a grueling best of 3, a difficult best of 3, but Unity make it work, and they advance through the Swiss stage.
They're in. The play-in awaits for them. 2 best of 3s required for them to guarantee presence at Prague for our conquest here. One of the things you got to watch out for when it comes to this kind of squad is whether or not they can unify around all of the disparate parts that they've put together, especially given how chaotic the complexion of this roster has been, not just from the start of the year, but kind of forever. Unity is an organization that's been around for a little bit now, and it's been a long time coming. You see that current match does end up going the way of Unity. MOUZ NXT are bowing out in the 2-for-2 stage. They go home with a 2-3 record in the Swiss. Series were not as kind to them as maybe they would have liked, but life had other ideas. Zelix getting called up, LMBT forced to stand in, and while his tactical apparatus was still at play on a map like Ancient and a map like Mirage, where they narrowly avoided victory, Dust 2, it was much more flat. Unity had an easy time of it in the decider.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, I mean, it was a very weird best of 3, especially when you take it map for map. Unity getting a very comfortable lead in the first map, then hardly getting around in the second half of it, losing Ancient, their own map pick. Then through overtime, they somehow get to Mirage after winning, of course, the second map. And on Mirage, surprisingly, they had an easy time, especially in the second half. Didn't lose a single round. They won the pistol, and then it was smooth sailing to the play-in. Still, of course, they're up against it. They need to win 2 best of 3s in order to go to the Prague LAN, but so will be the case for the winners of our next best of 3. It's Walczaki against Clutchain right after the break.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Nivera from Clutchain, thank you so much for coming to the interview. You are actually playing your 5th match in this tournament, so you fulfilled the maximum of matches you could have played. Is that a one goal completed for you as a team in the process?
Yeah, we didn't really expect to play that many games. But obviously, as I said in my previous interviews, the more we're gonna play, the better it is. So we gain more and more experience. So I think we did like everything we could in terms of experience from this tournament. So I'm really glad, and I believe after this tournament we're gonna be a much better team.
Also, you are very close to play-ins. So how do you feel in front of this very important match? And what is the atmosphere in a team like?
We're taking every match like step by step, and here we are towards like the end of the tournament. So yeah, we're really close to make it actually. Yeah, so we're coming forward with really good energy, and again, we don't really have pressure. We're just here to play as much as we can.
When it comes to VRS points, if you win today, the projected gain for you is 43 points. For Walczaki, only 1 point. So do you feel like this gives an added pressure on your opponent? And for you, this is a huge advantage?
I believe they will have more pressure, like any team that are facing us, because we really are like underdogs. We might have like some big names like Scream and stuff, which is like first showing up in CS after a long time, but they will have more pressure as a team, and I said we don't have anything to lose here. So yeah, we have the perfect role in this tournament.
And when it comes to your map pool right now, how are you evolving as a new project, as a team? What would you say is your current spot when it comes to the map pool?
I know they're gonna be cash at some point, but I believe we have a really great map pool. We couldn't show it really well because it was a lot of best of one. But we have a really great map pool that the team don't know yet. So we were playing on that as well. So yeah, we were not scared of any peaks against us. Like we were pretty ready in every maps.
Great to hear. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck with today's important match.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more best of three to be played in the Swiss stage, by end of which we will know which 6 teams will be fighting it out for the last 2 spots on LAN. Pronogo, I'm very excited for this one. You got Walczaki, of course, the ex-ESC boys. They started, of course, the competition as ESC. Now they're Walczaki against Clutchain, which we didn't really anticipate to go so deep in the Swiss stage, but deep they went. And even though they're underdogs, there is a scent of belief in them.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, first of all, Scream's on the team. Second of all, Graph 2 is on the game. So clearly, Scream is going to be looking pretty solid here. And he has had a reasonable level of supporting cast for the last couple of series that we've seen him play in. So the return of Scream has been interesting. At first, it wasn't looking particularly important or impactful. And now it's become a little bit nicer, a little bit sweeter as he's found his game yet again. Him and Nivera, of course, we all know the story behind those two, but interestingly enough, Kyojin, the other Vitality alumni from this lineup, has been linking up with Shogu and Python, who are a little bit more recent French talents, to make it there. Shogu has been very good indeed in those mid-range, mid-round fights. Python has been very important as an entry player, so we're going to see a lot from Clutchain here, and the series play has been a lot better than the best of ones, that's for sure.
Yeah, something that caught me off guard last time we've seen him, we saw them play against TNC, and they sort of looked like their map pool is a lot bigger than we anticipated it to be. Of course, we heard Nivera just right now on the interview. He believes that their map pool is deep enough to support best of 3 play, and they sort of brought the walk to their talk last time we've seen them. And weirdly enough, last time they beat a Polish squad, this time they need to beat a Polish squad in order to make it through this Swiss stage. Of course, Walczaki boys looking a lot better on the VRS, them being a much more tenured team, a team that, you know, is no stranger to playing both online and on LAN against a plethora of different opponents. So you have to say that they're favorites coming in. But how big of favorites? I think that the Clutchain players are going to tell us that. As we move on to the map Veto, the maps that won't be played are Overpass and Dust 2, but our first map will be Anubis, the pick of Clutchain. Afterwards, we'll be moving over to Nuke, and it's just a matter of figuring out what our decider will be should we need it. It will be Ancient. Why not Pronogo? When we look at the previous matches of Clutchain, they played very good on Anubis, beat MOUZ NXT. They played very good on Nuke. So this is a very active map pool for them. What can Walczaki do? Well, it's time for them to show up. Of course, we can consult the odds of our partners over at Tipsport. It's Walczaki being the heavy favorites heading into this one.
That surprises me a little bit. I know that the VRS has been kinder to the Walczaki boys, but Clutchain have shown a lot of promise, particularly with the way that the veto went. If they end up scoring their map pick, Nuke looked really convincing for them when it came up to the TNC time. This could conceivably be a 2-0 in favor of this French-Belgian mix, which apparently is counter to the odds in a big way. So let's see if those Tipsport odds know more than I do. I might just have a little bit of blind faith in my boy Scream. While Chalky, on the other hand, well, they're going to have their work cut out for them as they begin things on the defensive side. Anubis, notoriously T-sided. Clutchain have played it a lot in recent history before and after the Graph 2 update. Let's see what they're up to.
Yeah, a bit of a strange pick for the Walczaki boys to pick the CT side. Maybe they want to get it over and done with. Maybe they actually prefer the CT side of this map. Going in with 5 pieces of armor maybe is a statement in and of itself. 4 players guarding that B bomb site. Only one in Olymp looking to guard A. This is going to be a very interesting approach from Clutchain. Olymp needs to pull back to the side and wait for the cavalry to arrive. That will give a lot of time for Clutchain to enter the site as they want to go through the smoke with the flash. Olymp on his own, looking to find something. Not going to happen, and Shogu looking to run him down, which will be the case. Shogu always a player that Clutchain can rely on. It is still the case. Has Moonwalk spotted a player? Now he definitely has, but does not want to fire off a shot. Looking to make as much damage as he can with this flank, but already time is running out as they can anticipate him. Another frag goes to the Clutchain boys. Finally a reply from Reiko, but they need to enter the site, and they're losing manpower quickly. It's Baimi and Reiko trying to get to the bomb. Not gonna happen. Scream to end the round as Clutchain grab number 1.
Yeah, 3 frags from Shogu, very heads-up play. None of those accompanied by flashbangs or any other pieces of utility that actually connected. It did, of course, allow Nivera to throw those flashes from carpet. That gave plenty of credence over to Clutchain to know that they're only gonna need to worry about angles that are blind to those flashes. Everything else should give them an easy way to swing on in, and that's what eventually led to Olymp's demise. Moonwalk, on the other hand, had plenty of opportunity to make things a little bit more even, but he decided to get a little greedy, and now look at it. It's SMGs all the way down, MP9s by 4. Moonwalk, the only outlier with the UMP. Of course, Clutchain are much better off in terms of the economics, but this is a stack.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous with the flash. They go through the smoke, find a frag, look for more, and everybody dies on the T side. Only 2 players left alive. Luckily for them, they have the bomb on Nevera's back, but Baimi already guarding that B bomb site. A trap was set, and Clutchain walked straight into it. Now grabbing the AK, found another kill. It's only Kyojin alive, but now a workable round as he's dispensed of 2 Walczaki players, and 1 is on half HP, Pronago. There's still an opportunity here for Kyojin to shine.
Yeah, I think he's got this one. At the very least, he should have the bomb plant. All he needs to do is continue shift walking, and eventually they're going to do a little peek, get a little bit inquisitive, but he's already around the corner. There's no way to spot him from there without making some noise, which maybe he might have heard. He's going to spray down 1 player, and he finds information about the next. Oh, he goes for the fight. Baimi, the player who stuffed them with the smoke and dark, confirms the round for Walczaki. And that's a really important second round victory.
Yeah, that was a very good-looking round from Walczaki, and both teams going blow for blow. I know the quality of Counter-Strike wasn't the best on the side of, well, either Clutchain and TNC when they played their best of 3. But we saw some very interesting approaches, especially from Clutchain, some creative rounds. This time, creativity is actually, well, Walczaki bring to the table and show themselves as technical masterminds, at least in a sense, enough to reset the economy on the Clutchain side. 1-1 is the scoreline. Scream tagged down to 8 HP. These Tech 9s hoping to make some damage happen for Clutchain, but Scream won't be the guy.
No, he will not be. Not yet. Maybe if he had a deagle instead. Nevera's head gets taken clean off. Samey looking for maybe a little bit more. Yeah, especially with that peek from E-Box, Reiko's able to just make it even worse for Wear. This is a force buy from the side of Clutchain. They will not have the money that they need without a bomb plant. And there's no way to get that happening now, so GG go next. Clutchain going to be down at least by 2 rounds by the end of this. They only have $2 grand in the bank. They cannot invest further.
There's just Glocks in play. Should be easy pickings for Walczaki as they will grab number 3 on the board. A very simple round as they caught the T's with their pants down basically in every engagement that was played out. And this should be a quick and easy cleanup to get themselves to another round, double their advantage at the beginning of Anubis.
Anubis is a funny map. Sometimes it works out really nicely for the CTs if they can start building their fortress a little bit early in life, but you're always holding your breath, waiting to breathe sweet relief. The T's have so much playground to work around. Recent changes to the map did help a little bit with rotation spots like this on your screen right now, but Walczaki haven't shown us yet what they're doing with it. Good to see Anubis still receiving some tactical updates, though.
Yeah. Oh, buy me a chance for him to die to Glocks. I was going to say to get a few easy kills, but it's his teammates that will do the business, no problem, against Glocks. The Reiko does get destroyed as well. Some damage dealt to the economy of Walczaki. At the end, the round goes to them, but losing 3 guns against Glocks, that's a costly round for the future of their finances. One thing to note about Walczaki, this is their 3rd best of 3 of today. They've already played 2, won the first, lost the second after 3 maps played. So at some point, if this drags on long enough, we might actually have to talk about fatigue on their side.
Exhaustion, yeah, that's a lot of Counter-Strike to play. They are clearly dedicated to the grind. 5 AKs on the side of Clutchain, partially afforded thanks to Scream's headshots with the Glock in the previous round. Also stresses the economy, as you mentioned. Should be another buy into the next no matter what, but it could be a little bit scandalous if they have a full wipe. Let's see how Clutchain attempt to make things work. Sammy holding B with that AWP. And the A site definitely seeming a little bit more well guarded right now. And Reiko getting inquisitive. Shogu, surely he spotted him.
Yeah. So much real estate gained by Walczaki so far. Clutchain need to take their business to mid. Reiko dead. That alleviates a lot of the pressure and the presence that Walczaki have made across the map. And now their defense is spread 2 on each site. With just a little less than a minute on the clock, Clutchain can still drag this round out for the CTs to dispense of their utility. Scream, a nice shot onto Moonwalk, and the other player knows he needs to watch out what's going on in main. Only now he can turn his head back around to the side, but 4 players attacking it. Olymp might get run down, isn't able to find the first. There's a frag, but not good enough for the second. And it will be a sight for the Clutchain boys. Walczaki, no chance of trying your hand at this, even though they are quite gutsy as players. I wouldn't really expect them to run in head first to a site guarded by 4 Ts.
No, this is the right play. You set up for exits, you make it, maybe get a couple of frags here and there, make it uncomfortable, but you have no need of committing to the site when you don't have a perfect buy lined up afterwards. They are going to go for it, however. Buy Me gets his head taken clean off by Scream. The AWP needs to survive, otherwise you could get a little bit ugly, a little bit quicker. Yeah, they've got plenty of cash as long as they don't have to rebuy the sniper, and Sammy will stay alive. Hoping to see if he could get any other frags to his name there, but it will not be the case. A clean exit from Clutchain as they post their second, bringing it back to a 1-round game. And this was the frag that started off our proceedings, and also most likely was the most important. Clearing carpet, defanging the CT push. Something that was hypothesized a lot when Anubis was first showing itself to be a very T-sided map is what can CTs really do to get aggressive, to take some map control, to take some map presence? Well, if it's red, if it's something that they're aware of, the Ts can certainly play around that as well. And just another reason why this map can be so difficult for the defensive side. Sammy posted up.
Smoke. Oh yeah, he's gonna have his hands full in this one. You can already tell the T's posted up toward that B-bomb site. Sammy's still not seeing anything, and now he does. A millisecond was enough for Kyojin to hit the deck. Now Sammy might be in trouble, completely blind, but the Clutchain boys, they don't want to commit another shot hit by that AWP before he got taken down. Olymp on the other side of the map dispatches of Scream. And what do you do if you're Shogu and Navera? Yeah, you're basically full HP, but you've lost most of your utility, and you're in a 2-man disadvantage.
Very difficult situation here now for the surviving Clutchain members. Navera only has 1 frag to his name so far. Could stand to improve, but Olymp, he might turn the screws a little bit tighter. Shogu slinking away with a bomb on his back. It's a big target. Olymp's already brought Scream down out of the picture. Tap, tap away, and that's an easy cleanup. Things go from bad to worse, and Clutchain are now down by 2 rounds once again, giving over a ton of AKs, and the money stabilizes for the defenders.
Yeah, they needed this one to take control of things yet again on this CT side. A technical pause, actually. Hopefully it's not, again, a necessity to charge your phone by one of these players, as we've only got this best of 3 started.
Definitely something I'm liking what I'm seeing from the squads that are making it deep enough to challenge for play-in spots, is they are making use of their tactical timeouts a lot more often than you would immediately think. At the start of the competition, we hardly saw any. A little bit different now. Things are a little bit different now. Sammy makes things similar. He has that AWP kill yet again to open things up. Navera hitting the deck, but Shogu's found impact with the Deagle, and there is an AK still in this round. It's on Scream. Shogu gonna swing out pretty wide. There's a lot of firepower on the other side, but Scream and Python have traded up, and that is gonna be an op picked up for Python. He's gonna try to post up for Moonwalk. The flash is good to blind him, and so with the bomb down, it's all onto Scream, a 1 versus 2. He knows that E-Box is under duress, and that nade came directly from main. He's got the idea, but does he have the execution? The tap away, but Olymp finds a way around the bullets, and that is a heartbreaking loss for Scream. Looked so good to start. Wasn't enough at the end of the day. A 5th round for Walczaki secured.
Yeah, but Clutchain got what they needed. It was a bomb plant. Get them a little bit more extra cash. The Splash Navarro will have the option of buying the AWP. Everybody will be on AKs, it seems, for the side of Clutchain. Oh, we didn't see that one in action. It's a nice boost from the side of Walczaki boys. This
clean
round unraveling a little bit for them, and Scream, maybe he wanted to add another one to the highlight reel. You saw him stop shooting at the second guy. If the spray had happened, could have been a different story. Wasn't the case, and it's number 5 for Walczaki. We'll see what the plan for Clutchain is in this one.
Scream taps, Animgraph 2. Scream whiffs, Animgraph 1. That's the way, boys.
Yeah.
Let me see it in the chat. Bit of a line of scrimmage set up here for Clutchain. Trailing 3 rounds on a map that is widely regarded to be T-sided, and was when Clutchain had successful campaigns on it. They traded blows in the best of ones. It was the series play that really got them off to a good start and allowed them to get into this position here, fighting for play-in status at the last match of our Swiss stage. Moonwalking camera under a little bit of threat here. That HE, he's going to eat that with his right side and maybe see if he can headbutt tackle somebody else after. Looks like mid is now going to be given over to the T's.
That's sort of a similar situation of what Clutchain have done already a few times. Send 4 players on mid. Maybe they try to break open that A-bomb site. Only 1 lurk on carpets. And that should be the case yet again. That smoke will keep them at bay for a bit, but they just run through it with nice placed flashes. And Moonwalk dead. Olymp still a factor to be played in this one. A chance to find an easy frag. There you go. And now they know his presence. But it's a 4-on-4 and a bomb not yet planned, and an opportunity. Sammy uses the best of it. And no scope as well to add. And now a lot of trouble for Clutchain. Navera alone, 1 versus 1. He knows where Bimey is. 20 seconds. Navera hits. And it goes to Clutchain, their 3rd round.
Barely misses out on the bomb plant, not the bonus cash he wanted, but he does clutch up. And that's impact from Navera, where we've missed him a lot in this map so far. Was that his 2nd kill in this round? It feels like it. He's got the AWP out, and Sammy just trying to package up the highlights here. Yeah, 2nd and 3rd kill this round to clear Reiko and Bimey in the 1-on-2. Thankfully, the Opera had been taken care of because Sammy was on one there. Scream fault blind getting walked into the site there by his own team. Not quite prepared for that, and here's that boost again. This is what Sammy got his AWP kill from. Are they going to allow it again? Oh, no, they're going to take care of him this time, and let's be real, Olymp has been so good. He's actually had Scream's number a number of times. The fact that he's getting the raw end of the deal this time around feels good for Scream, and maybe a little bit trepidatious for Walczaki. Don't quake too loud. They'll hear you. 5 versus 4.
One thing we have to note for Clutchain, Scream is becoming a problem for their opponents. Was the case for TNC in their previous best of 3. Before that, he was a non-issue for the teams that faced him. And now he's becoming a bit of a nuisance. Sammy could be in trouble. Op shot hit, no problem for Navera. As they make their way to the A-bomb site, it seems like it will be only a 1-round game. Navera posted up, but he loses the bomb. Pronogo. This has just become dangerous for Clutchain. A lot of trouble as they need to recover that C4. The CTs want to get control of mid as soon as possible. Kyojin still an unknown entity, but at some point he's going to have to peek out, and now they expect where he is. Though he cleans up mid, Moonwalk dead, another player there, still some trouble left. And Reiko on the backstab, will they expect him? The answer is yes, but no trouble on the first. Gets traded back right away, and it's Bimey in a 1v2. This has become still a possible round for Walczaki. Let's see if Bimey has what it takes for the clutch. Looking for the headshot, not gonna find it. Now they can double team him, and it will be a Clutchain number 4, but definitely an unnecessary problem they caused themselves.
Yeah, Navera in particular, right? I mean, him just standing there for a solid few seconds waiting to be peeked after he already got the frag that he needed to open up the site, rather than post up for somebody trying to rotate through, trying to go back the other way. This started off as a 5 versus 4. Clutchain almost capitulated this. Buy-Me obviously hit a blinder of a shot, but that's apparently pre-blinded because he didn't drop the bomb when he needed to. If you're going to post up there, at least give the C4 to somebody who can walk. Speaking of walking.
Concentrate in these types of matches. Oh, that's going to be a crunch. An attack from B main. No chance for Kyojin and Python. They're not going to survive this, and soon enough, the CTs should be aware of the C4 on T spawn. Moonwalk catches Scream as well, and a calamity of a round for Clutchain against smaller guns, weaker weaponry. They falter yet again, Pronogo.
Yeah, this is a bit of a pattern that Clutchain have demonstrated, and I guess Walczaki is got to be the ones you give the credit to rather than taking it away from Clutchain per se. Obviously, you're not expecting an immediate storm, but maybe Clutchain are listening to music or something. There's been a couple of footsteps that feels like they've missed on A and now on the B main section as well. It's a little bit different when they're just running right at you, but everybody else was in transit too. I guess they didn't suspect it. Olymp not peeking out of market just yet. Shogu gonna slink away, try to link up with Navera, who once again has the bomb, also has the AWP. They look like they're gonna be calling a save here with 30 seconds left on the clock. Want to hold on to these weapons and utility. They haven't actually expended any of it. Walczaki are gonna leave it for another 20, maybe another 10. Then they're going to start maybe creeping towards a hunt. When they see Navera with that op in the kill feed, they will put 2 and 2 together.
This is going to be very difficult for Clutchain to keep their guns. There's still enough time for Walczaki to send a few bodies through this smoke. Why not? And they were just waiting for the time to run out, and Shogu could be left with nothing after this. They run through, though. He finds everything. So no trouble for the side of Clutchain to at least keep these guns for next round. But still, you had a chance to tie up the scoreline. You didn't use it.
Now, that is trouble for Walczaki, though. They actually threw out way more than they thought. That was certainly one of those risks and without the reward. The feast or famine play was something that I think they're going to need to think about a little bit more going on into it. This series is just beginning, but Walczaki have secured at least a tie half. And now we will wait out the next little bit of time as we see likely a camera issue, but we'll find out whether it's resolved quickly or not. One thing to note, Scream has indeed, you mentioned this earlier, Lyuba, become a problem for his opponents. He was posting 8 for 6 when you mentioned that. He's found some serious impact on this lineup, and I was worried about, we talked about the Polish squads that they're facing. TNC fell prey, fell victim. Clutchain feel like they're a fairly stable squad. I'm looking forward to their CT side here on Anubis. I'm looking forward to their nuke again. That was when they looked most convincing. And maybe Walczaki will be missing their veto a little bit, saying maybe we could go back and change that, because I have a feeling the nuke is going to be a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, the problem when you're facing teams that haven't been together for long is the fact that you have no idea what part of the map pool is weakest for them. You're just looking at yourself, and you only need to look at yourself. Ooh, Reiko completely blind. Easy job for Scream, and they're looking to take this B bomb site. Still 2 players there to be taken care of, but Scream and Python cleaning it up, losing only 1 player in the process. Navera smoke break. Not going to find anybody, but still a 2 versus 4. Seems like a very good chance for Clutchain, though. Navera out of the picture, and some room gained by the Walczaki boys as they're still not giving this round up. Python softened up. Moonwalk finds one more.
No way.
Olin brings it back into a 1 versus 1, and the bomb hasn't ticked off too much, and he has a kit. That's something you need to keep in mind. Shogu wants to peek, and he's going to find the kill, saving his team in a situation that should have been comfortable for Clutchain.
And it looks like they telegraphed an all-rifle end round. He picked up the AK instead of bringing the op in. They do not have money to buy another one for Nevera. That was deliberate, or a mistake, but I'm going to call it deliberate because Clutchain showing some prudence here. They went right for it. Scream definitely dialed in. You saw him ready to headshot with the Tech 9 after the SMG drive-by in the glyph position. He was looking like he was locked in. I'm glad to see it. And up against lesser buys again. These have been in some ways more problematic than Walczaki's full buys, and they are squaring up on B. Screen, first point of contact, and there it is, Nevera with the AK, proving like he's got it still. Flashbang to get Sammy into a better position, but he's all on his lonesome, and Olymp is so far away. Coming in through the temple. It's smoked off for now. Nevera won't have an opportunity to headshot. Still has the C4.
Just give it to somebody else. Please give it to somebody else. Every time you see Nevera with the C4, you're sort of worried, though. He'll take care of Olymp, and they know the last guy is on the site. Well, if you're Walczaki, you can only win so many rounds with broken buys. This one will not be the case. 6-6, all tied up at the end of the first half.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Clutchain tying it up at the end of the first half. Walczaki definitely being no slouches on Anubis. We'll see which team takes map number 1 in this last match of the Conquest of Prague Swiss stage. Now that the sides have switched, let's see if Walczaki can bring the same damage on the T side as was the case on their defensive side.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Clutchain can erect a formidable defense here on Anubis. It's a map that has had some woes with that. Kyojin with the dualies is already scampering away towards E-Box, and there has been some damage dealt. Scream is going to be first in the kill feed as Kyojin dies in that position. It's going to free up a lot of rotation space for Walczaki. The bomb is down, a 4-on-4 with Scream very low. They still have a flashbang to re-aggress onto the site, but how can they use it best?
Yeah, they're going to have to fire off very, very nicely as they don't have a kit and they have to hurry up. They're making ready, and now that flash starts raining in. Now the attack commences. Reiko with the dualies waiting to take somebody's head, but it's all the kills going to Clutchain. It's all the kills going their way. Scream survives the round with the triple with 6 HP to his name. More than enough time to defuse the bomb has Python, and it will be a Clutchain lead.
Sure will be a Clutchain lead. That is not at all how you would expect that to go. When you see an even game like that, 4-on-4, Walczaki, you think they have the round cut out for them, ready to go, but Scream just popping heads, Shogu and Nevera helping out as well. It's so good to see Scream back in some form, you know? There's a lot of people who I think rightfully said, who is this guy I think he is? He's just coming right back in. Sure, he's got headshots, whatever, but it's a different game. It's on a different engine. Everything is so different now. And for him to be able to come back in and still be rocking out is a welcome surprise in my book.
Oh, yeah. At points, like he never left. Still, though, a lot more is necessary of Scream to prove himself in Counter-Strike 2. We've talked about his last time that he played an official match in Counter-Strike was back in 2019 before his return just a bit ago. The attack commences towards A. Python in trouble, no chance of survival. Shogu looking to salvage something, not gonna happen. A perfect execute onto the A side from Walczaki as they will be tying up the scoreline. Clutchain, they just want to keep these guns in their hands.
Yeah, that was all utility from Walczaki. A little bit of nice aim, but for the most part, their utility reined in exactly where it needed to. And there was no saving Clutchain there. Sometimes you're going to lose rounds like that. Sometimes the exec is just going to come in. How do you try to stop that? Maybe a little bit more proactivity elsewhere. But this is early days. This is, in some ways, the best time to call a strat from spawn. Just go straight in, execute, no matter what you see. And space taken, space clearing. Now they're going to go hunting. They can afford to do this with a bomb plant. They have once again reset after a pistol round victory. Well, maybe hunting is the wrong word for this. They're actually just running in to CT spawn away from the bomb and only now realizing, oh, this is kind of awkward.
That was a bit of an unforced error from Nevera.
Frequent.
Had a chance. Yeah, it seems like it follows him throughout this map. Mistakes that can be avoided aren't. And that's one less gun for Clutchain to have in the next round. You gotta say, a majestic execute, and Shogu, you would expect him in a headshot angle to find at least one. Sadly for him, that wasn't the case. Sadly for his team, they're up against it now. Tactical timeout necessary to see what they can do with the guns they have, and they don't really have a lot.
If Walczaki are this dangerous in second rounds where they have the force buy and they make things happen, it's almost a bonus if they do end up winning the pistol, but as opposed to something that is compulsory for a lot of teams. You got to give some respect to the Poles. They definitely know what they're doing here. Remember, this is Clutchain's map pick. They allowed Nuke to get put forth thinking, yeah, we can play that map. We already showed that. Ancient is a map that Clutchain have already played as well, but Anubis is the most new school of them all, and I'm interested to see whether Walczaki will be able to break the defense completely. Scream with the A1S. They had their tactical timeout to consider their options and shuffle their weapons, and he's now moving over towards Carpet, where he's going to be playing a very proactive game. Moonwalk, did he spot him?
Ooh, that's maybe way too proactive. Great flash, but what dies nonetheless.
He's full blind from his own teammates' flash there. There was no way for him to get anything done.
It's like he didn't anticipate the second flash to be coming in, and it cost him his life. It cost Clutchain the M4. And Walczaki now have an opportunity to just waltz into that A bomb site. The only one defending is Shogu, and he has P250. And he also moved back to mid.
He's out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. He has no intention of staying so deep. It will be a Walczaki lead, as Clutchain will be looking to save this little what they have. Something to note, Walczaki lost both pistols. They got a reset on Clutchain in both of the following rounds, that first and second half, which ultimately leads to this result. Clutchain had their opportunities, they didn't use them, and that might come back to haunt them at the end of this map.
I think it's going to, honestly. The fact that Clutchain haven't been able to convert off of the pistol rounds, it makes their pistol round win percentage kind of a fallacious stat. Looking a little fraudulent there. It doesn't matter if you win the pistol if you can't actually chain them together. So far, defying logic, defining what is normal, what is consistent, what is expected. And once again, we've got Walczaki going on a little bit of a hunt. Kyojin uses that FAMAS to drill Sammy down. Python might be able to recover that weapon. No, looks like it's being guarded by Moonwalk. No real easy opportunity there. And that will be an 8th round for Walczaki. You called it earlier. The lead now retaken by the Poles. And this is the full blind. You can tell that, by the way, that was a teammate of Scream who flashed, is there was no flash assist in the kill feed. That only shows up when it's an allied flash that helped you with your kill. If it was a team flash, it's not going to appear in the kill feed. You don't get an assist for leading to your own teammate's death. But
I'd have a lot of assists in that case. By me. He wants to make a play towards B, a chance to do something here. His teammate's going towards mid. He's going to lose that gun though. Maybe an opportunity provided to Clutchain because they're going to have a free rifle for themselves. Though Moonwalk takes quick work of Nevera. Python good on that 5-7, but good only for one. And it's Shogu isolated on the site, but they're going for Kyojin. That might be a chance. He finds one, not the other though. Walczaki gave Clutchain a few opportunities to save themselves in this round. They could not use them. Still, Shogu can grab a rifle. The bomb not yet planted. For a moment there, I thought that he was going to commit. This way, just going to save this M4, carry it over to the next round. It will be number 9 for Walczaki.
That's an expensive A1S. I see some Titans on there. Watch out. The stickers add value. Not adding any round wins yet on the defensive side, ever since the rifles have been bought. Been the Walczaki show.
I think I'm going to burst your bubble a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that these stickers are not that expensive.
No, they're not the hollows?
No, they're not the hollows, and I think it's the Cologne ones.
Oh,
you know, with
okay.
the
a little bit more
circular
recent,
logo or circular background, which, I mean, they still cost a pretty penny when you think about it. I think they're like 80 euros a piece.
Oh, okay.
Not something
to me,
insane.
listen, I'm not uninitiated, so I would have assumed people wouldn't be spending more than $80 on a fucking sticker. But all right, dude. Yeah, okay, go nuts if you want to say it, if that's cheap. All right, I'll be brokey over here and walk away with my wallet still intact. But. That said, 2-round lead now for Walczaki. They've been scoring plenty of rounds. Navarra's got the op now. He did find some success when that came out. Scream, full white behind the pillar. He should be a sitting duck. Somehow behind me doesn't get that kill. Quick response through the smoke a little bit there. And that is actually just the lurk. That's the distraction. Once again, Walczaki going mid. They don't meet a lot of resistance directly on the terrain. Scream rotating over just to make some noise and then fall away. That in and of itself a little bit of a bait as Kyojin's ready with the AK. Python now going to be tested here in a moment. Maybe not. They're being very slow about this. Walczaki have mid, sure. Where do they want to go with it though? All the choke points are covered.
Yeah, but could be difficult for Walczaki to break open this defense. And it's a smart play by them to just pull back, go towards B.
No.
No chance to do anything. Kyojin needs to do everything. Force forward by that Molotov. Gonna get taken out. And also Shogu dies in the meanwhile. It's a 2 versus 2. Still an opportunity here for the side of Clutchain, but Scream only on 19 points of health. That's going to be very difficult for him to do anything with it. He should be the one that goes first. Python looking to find an opening, looking to find an opportunity. They don't have a kit, and that's also a big factor in this one as they need to hurry up and clear all the angles. They'd kill for a smoke. They'd kill for a kill. This is not going to happen. It will be Walczaki getting double digits. Python just waiting for an exit frag. That is not going to happen. Scream going to save that AWP, but this gap deepens.
Sure does, yeah. Best he can do here is take Moonwalk and walk away. Gonna work out okay for Clutchain in the next, but it's double digits. Walczaki grabbing 10. Can they send Scream home before he even goes to land? Remember, even if you win this series, you're not eliminated from the Swiss stage, but the play-in tomorrow and the day after is going to see a lot of action there.
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable situation, right? You win 3 matches, and in this case, for these teams, you still need to win 2 more best of 3s in consecutive days. So it's not going to be easy for either of these sides. Navarra missed shot with that AWP, but some information gathered as you saw more than a few players going towards A, and it might be a quick push toward the side. Shogu defending is covered by Python as well. But now they don't want to pull the trigger as they have so much time left on the clock. They have made the defense lessen their stack of utility.
Yeah, this is tough. Walczaki have kept things kind of a mixed pace, sometimes very quickly towards this B site, other times very slowly in mid, and then they go wherever they want. This is the first time that they're slowly executing straight out of E-Box, with Sammy being the only presence in main. He clears Scream. That's going to be a free plant. Kyojin can barely do anything here. This map is slipping through their fingers. It feels like they didn't even try tightening their grip. Clutchain really struggling right now. Every time one player goes down, they don't have any utility left over, and then they start falling to pieces even when they're trying to save their guns. Never did their economic engine get started. Never did it feel like Clutchain were actually in the CT side.
Absolutely. One by one, Clutchain players fall, and 1 kill was enough for Walczaki to claim this round. Now they're just looking for a bonus, something to hunt for. Navarra not going to keep that AWP for the next round. A calamity for Clutchain. As you said, they didn't even get a chance to say their opinion in this one. 4 rounds of lead for Walczaki, a lead that doesn't seem to be slimming anytime soon, but Clutchain need a round and they need it now.
Yeah, they sure do, or this will be the shortest map of the day in favor of Walczaki. Those who had them as the bookies' favorite in such a heavy field, such a heavy advantage. It was, I think, 1.3 to 4 something. Pretty intense. Obviously, room for an upset here, courtesy of the tenure on the side of Clutchain, but it's not going to be on Anubis, it seems. Crunk down to south of 70, Kyojin struggling against that HE. He's going to have a lot to do, but his headshots go awry. It's all down to Scream. Oh, and it's actually a teammate who helps out Nivera, taking advantage of everybody being so softened up. He's going to put together 3 and a flash in Sami's face. Is that going to be enough to dissuade the further push? There's the round you were talking about, Yuba. All off the back of a team kill, and 3 from Nivera turned into 4.
That was amazing from Nivera. Last man in the defense of that site managed to stay strong. He did have, of course, help from a Walczaki player that killed his own teammate, but look at that. A lineup of your dreams as Nivera makes quick work of 3 players. No problem for Sami at the end. Now I'm just worried the fact that he has an op back in his hands. With the rifle looking so good, maybe you want to reconsider.
Yeah, pass that off to the secondary. Now, that being said, at this point, Walczaki have started to get red a little bit. We talked about how they will sometimes go fast to B. Other times they take a while and then still decide to go B. I think they've hit A twice this half, and it's mostly been opportunistic hits like the second round when they were able to break open off the back of the reset there. That being said, all Clutchain have to do to start countering that is start 3 players towards the B site and then see what else needs to happen after the fact. Now, they're changing it up a little bit here as they're starting 3 towards A, having found some success, but I think that was an intelligent adaptation going into that last round. It allowed Walczaki to believe that after they broke 2, they had a little bit of time, and that split second was given over to Nivera for his lineup.
Oh, Sami good on that AWP, unable to find the second as Scream collects another for his tally. A 4-on-4 now. Him down to 61, still of course battle ready. Walczaki still undecided as to where they want to go. The defense spread 2 on each side. Reiko spots the shoulder and Kyojin, no chance. Scream gets taken out. And it all points to a Walczaki number 12 moonwalk. Easy as you like. Finally, an answer courtesy of Nivera, but his op will not be transitioning into the next round, which could be, in fact, the last for this first map.
It's looking likely it'll be a ratty buy. No AWP. No, Nivera will go glass cannon. We saw Aim Punch kill him before as well, so could be a heartbreak. And yeah, knocking on the door of map point on their opponent's map pick. Walczaki looking very solid here. Sami just finding impact. Reiko obviously breaks open the site in a phenomenal fashion. One thing that I think maybe Clutchain started getting a little bit over-ambitious about is that they took out the opper. They know nobody on Walczaki is going to pick that up after Sami goes down. Nobody's as proficient as him on the T side. Now, they need to respect those rifles a little bit more. And Python, he tries to get flashed in. It kind of works out, but he whiffs the spray. Sami responds immediately. And no refrag opportunity. So that will be a man down. Clutchain, a gun down as well. Kyojin only on the deagle and no way to recover his fallen comrade's weapon.
Oh, Reiko already some forward positioning. Do they expect a player in connector so early in the round as they, judging by the utility, we're sure that there's nobody there. A chance for Reiko to strike from Khan, and he will try to do just that. Nivera, though, at the ready as he brings it back into a 4v4. A lot of damage dealt to the Walczaki players, so a fighting chance, a definite for Clutchain in this one, as Walczaki need to scramble back and grab that bomb before they actually pick a site where they want to go. And what do you choose if you're them at this point? Quick rotates will be coming into each site for the Clutchain players, but at the present time, it's Kyojin alone on the B-bomb site. More often than not, even 3 players are not enough to defend the site, so Kyojin really up against it when this attack begins, and they'll be coming from 2 different angles for him to take care of, and he's gonna get taken care of. A man advantage, short-lived, as Scream finds the head of Olin. Still a mountain to climb for Clutchain in this one.
Oh yeah, big time. And once again, where's their utility? They have 1 flashbang and it's on the opper. Nivera Gonna need to throw that in a good way. It does end up blinding multiple players. Scream taken out immediately. It's Sammy in a 1-on-3 with the first found. Flicks on to Shogu, no problem at all from jail, and now cycles away, knowing that there's an opportunity for a push, but it's an op-v-op battle for the last round. He picks up the kit. Navera should be able to tap this away and really threaten a molly, and then in a flashbang afterwards, it's perfect, but it does not matter. Sammy clutches it out, the 1v3 for the map, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how Walczaki get on to one map up.
Oh yeah, they steal away their opposing team's map pick. Sammy with a highlight to end map number 1. So little HP, no problem for him. It seems like that damage was unconfirmed, and you saw Navera was still on and off. Had he had a rifle, could have been a different story, but Walczaki through and through were the better team on map number 1. Clutchain could never get going, especially in the second half, where they made plenty of highlights. Last time we've seen him on Anubis, they played MOUZ NXT and they got the comfortable victory. This time, those plays could not be made with the chaos that Walczaki bring to the table. Prono go very well done by the Polish boys, and they're one map away from going through to the play-ins.
Yeah, the play-in stage awaits, and maybe Walczaki could end up being a pretty solid squad. We've seen in a number of Polish lineups find some success in this qualifier, the Swiss stage so far. The play-in stage will be, of course, up against teams of a higher caliber. That's why we're playing this series out, to decide which of these two teams is going to be worthy enough. And, well, map 2 of Nuke, it was picked by Walczaki, which gives me hope for the Poles, but I'm still waiting to see if Scream and the company can turn it around and start mounting a reverse sweep in this series. I did think Anubis was going to be a bit closer, but at the end of the day, Walczaki outclassed and outshot them. But also their tactics, they just feel like they're a little bit better together. That could prove a real threat on Nuke.
Absolutely. Why the hell not? We'll see what Nuke brings. Of course, we'll be going on a short break, and we'll be back with map number 2.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Clutchain losing their map pick, though they are no stranger to trading picks, and we have seen a lot of that throughout the Conquest of Prague so far. Yuba and Pronogo here to bring you what could be the last map of today. Pronogo, how are we looking at Nuke?
Nuke is a battleground that both of these teams have a decent amount of history with. Walczaki's pick, Clutchain's revelation in the previous series against TNC, where they were able to get into this 2-2 bracket. This is the end of the Swiss stage. So after this matchup is over, we're going into the play-ins for our remaining best of threes. Winner of this match will have to win 2 more in that play-in stage. And you can see that Walczaki are having quite a bit of fun here. A lot of laughs. Somebody's telling good jokes. Must be me. And there you go. That's the way that it's all going down for them. Appears like they will be on the T side. And wow, Vimey's really having a hoot.
I was just looking at him. He can't stop screaming from laughter. So I'm very curious what was said. Well, even if I heard it, I don't think I would understand it, as I assume it's in Polish. All right. First map went to the side of Walczaki. That was the Clutchain map pick. Now we're heading over towards Nuke. Silver lining for Clutchain, the fact that they already played Nuke once and played it well, and the fact that they're starting on the CT side. You got anything more that we can actually say about them?
I'm going to say that Nevera had a bit of a low performance going into that first map. Anubis is a map where he has struggled to find some consistency, but when it comes to Nuke, he's actually a little bit more reliable on the rifle. So if as long as his money is in the right place, and he's either got the right look-see for the AWP, or he's got the just insufficient money for it, and he reverts back to the rifle, we're actually going to have to see whether he can keep pace with players like Python, and indeed like what Scream has turned out the last couple of matches. Looks like Scream's camera, by the way, needs a little bit more time before it's ready to go. It needs to finish charging that phone during the break, and that is something to watch out for, though. Will Nevera basically do what he ought to have done on Anubis and stay off the AWP so that he could multi-frag with the rifle? And it's just a stylistic mismatch there, where Walczaki were clearly taking to the T side with a much more aggressive play.
Yeah, and it's something that sort of Clutchain couldn't really handle, as I would assume that they were preparing for something a little bit more passive, where they could try those flashy flashes, but now it's a completely different story. Map 1 done and dusted, and we're heading into map number 2. It will be Nuke. Walczaki's map pick, and it's basically their match to lose or win. We'll see where this map takes us and what the Polish boys can do in order to make it through to the play-in stage. Clutchain hoping that the CT side will yield some success on map number 2. We'll see if that actually does tend to happen as we enter our pistol round on Nuke.
It's Clutchain on the defense. Scream once again going to be starting off, attempting to riposte attacks from Walczaki. This is what happened in the second half of Anubis. We'll see if Walczaki can actually score a pistol round. They haven't needed them.
Yeah. Second
round conversions every which way. This time around, an upper hit seems likely, as we already have a bunch of players grouping up towards Squeak.
Ooh, Olymp going through that smoke. He's not going to get expected, and Shogu destroyed. Kyojin in trouble. Needs to do something with this USP, but good only for one. Nevera can't lend a helping hand. Will be burning in those flames, and Olymp takes care of Scream. It's only Python left. And 1 versus 4 with these dualies. Yeah, he's got 2 guns, but still 4 players on the other side as Walczaki grab their first.
Yeah, taking it by storm, having quite a bit of fun with it too. That one was all down to Olymp finding a way into Mini without any opportunity for reprisal. Through smokes, he goes right through the T1. Scream not watching for that drop. Not in the right position, it looks like. So I did talk a big game about how Clutchain have their plans for Nuke. They have some basic protocols here, and it does feel like one of them was not respected by the veteran, no less, who's got a deagle in this round, looking to farm from Marshmallow. Instead, he's going to be watching out for anybody going from red. Apparently, they got his number. Every bit of utility you could imagine, and Scream's shots going haywire. Only Kyojin to connect with a single frag. Everybody else nice and easily dispatched. 2-0 start for Walczaki. Exactly what you would expect from how the T side of Anubis went, but we were hoping for some more resistance. Let's see if Clutchain can make it happen in the next.
Only one kill found. It seemed like Scream had an easy piece of work ahead of him. Couldn't connect the kills. I had to close my window. I think one of those bullets could have flew in.
Yeah, some of them are going pretty far afield. Nowadays, it's just going to be a storm onto the upper site. The pace is relentless here, but Walczaki have been stuffed. The shadow advantage gives Kyojin a setup. However, Moonwalk looking for more. Refrags immediately. Needs to go for Shogu and does. Watching out for the player outside. Navera is able to retrade, and we're looking at Sammy and Olymp, 2 versus 3, and they're both split so far afield. The lower site is vulnerable. Olymp, he found both of those kills. That's unthinkable. All of a sudden, this becomes a lot easier for Walczaki. Navera has a lot to do. A 1v2 with the bomb down. He chucks everything in his coffers and starts to shuffle away with the AK. I think that's exactly what we expected here.
That was incredible from Olymp. Finding a double in that fashion. The fact that they knew where he was beforehand is even more impressive. It will be a number 3 for Walczaki. Navera just looking to save this AK. Maybe find an exit frag, but $300 you get for that AK kill is absolutely worthless to compare to having an AK in the next round. Also, a T-Molly is quite useful when you're on the CT side. Walczaki opening things up on Nuke very, very well. This, as you mentioned it, this T-side tempo is completely relentless. And I don't think that, at least judging by these few opening rounds, that Clutchain, unless they make an adjustment, that they can handle such a high pace.
Yeah, that's something that Walczaki did on Anubis as well. And then in the mid-rounds, the middle rounds of that second half, that's when they started to slow things down and just press for any responses, retaliations. It's going to be pistols bought around Navera's saved AK. We'll see what Walczaki need to do to find success from this position. 3 in a row for them. And it doesn't feel like they're planning on slowing down anytime soon. Now posturing a little bit more towards ramp. Screams there with the deagle. He'd love a frag here, but he doesn't get anything other than lead to the face. And no way to respond, no way to retaliate, nobody in position. Are Clutchain just going to concede from here? Maybe they grab a frag and get back into it, but it's only a matter of time before Walczaki get the bomb down.
Moonwalk. Just waiting behind that smoke. Shogu is in it. Might be an opportunity that just gets taken away. As Olymp destroys Shogu. They're outside with that AK-47. Can't really do anything apart from saving it. His teammates, though, they might surround the site and look to find an exit frag. It will be number 4 for Walczaki, as at least in the beginning of this map, they are strolling past Clutchain.
Yeah, this is not looking like a tale of 2 evenly matched teams. Bimey might have a handful here with Python. Indeed, gives over an AK. That's probably the end of the hunt, but Walczaki, they will have a bye into the next, even if they got fully wiped. Thanks to Sammy's bank, Olymp and Moonwalk would have their own. So worst you'd have to worry about is maybe Reiko having a secondary weapon. At this point, Academic, no worries whatsoever. Python has found another frag, and Kyojin going down. Puts us into a weird position a little bit, but there will be an op in the next round for Navera if that's what he wants. Smiles on the side of Walczaki, and you can understand why. That was a statement round to win. This next one will be even more impactful if it goes the way of the polls, because that will have meant 5 in a row and another gun round going their way.
Yeah, a very good start for the Polish boys. Now, though, up against a fully stacked CT roster, as they have everything they need for this round. Let's see if they can put it to use. Navera already looking for some outside presence with that AWP, but smoke's raining in. And that'll make Walczaki in a situation where they can spread their legs. Reiko spearheading this attack on outside, finds the first frag, and maybe even looking for more. Navera gets a freebie, though. Olymp Postal found a kill. Kyojin somehow making it work to actually keep hold of that A-bomb site, but the B site is there for the taking.
Yeah, this is the problem that Walczaki keep posing to Clutchain, and we don't get any good answers. How are you going to defend the upper site when you're getting pushed to the limit by a fake? Walczaki moving everybody towards secret, everybody downstairs, and the bomb's going to go down, and the full map control is the tease. And this even 3v3 situation, I don't think Clutchain want to go for it. I think they recognize that it's a low percentage position, but are they going to concede 5 without trying? I don't think they can do that either. Scream moving in, playing in the dark. His op shot of Sammy misses, so he is afforded a little bit more room. He's not checking dark. Now he is, but Moonwalk still finds Nevera on the other side. Sammy uprooted from that double door position. He needs to find another angle into the fight. Bimey ready to pounce, and the time is not on the CT's side. That's a double kill for Bimey, an instantaneous 5th round. Walczaki blazing speed here, and nothing that Clutchain can do can stop them.
So far, so good. If you're Walczaki, they're feeling really good about this one. Even a full buy from Clutchain didn't really pose that big of a threat. Yeah, it was a 3v3 post plan, but very low percentages for Clutchain to even enter the site. Guarded so heavily. They were lucky enough that Sammy didn't hit that op shot, but still couldn't really make it through and get close enough to the bomb. Of course, full loss bonus means that Clutchain can buy however much they like. Even though this buy doesn't look that good in terms of utility, they still have weaponry to use. The Reiko already in main gets dispensed of. Finally an opening for the side of Clutchain. Let's see if they can use it. The answer is no, as that kill gets brought back very quickly. Scream looking for something in vents. That's C4 down. This could be a chance for Clutchain now. No, Scream and Python looking to do something, and they are surviving very, very well. Olymp and Sammy, I don't think they can take this round this time around.
Yeah, well, it looks low percentage, but Olymp's entries have been phenomenal. 8 frags for 2 deaths. Sammy hasn't died yet and scored 4. So that just shows you the dominance that has been on display. Olymp looks away at the worst possible timing, so that's the chances of any success here collapsing. And Nevera's AWP is going to be enough to clear Sammy out of position. So that will be a successful turn of events for Clutchain as they get on the board. Let's see if they can avert disaster in this second map, their opponent's map pick. Looking very convincing for the Poles, but very nice to see the French-Belgian mix get on the board.
That's just one. You're going to need to do a heck of a lot better if you're Clutchain, but at least you get some breathing room, just a little bit. So you can have utility, you can have AKs in 3 of your players. But look at this. Walczaki, they're just gonna waltz into the A-bomb site. Nothing to stop them. Shogu, he can just chuck a few pieces of utility there, hoping to find a kill. Even Flash, Bimey finds that frag. And it's a man advantage with the bomb planted for the side of Walczaki. Clutchain still considering doing some damage in this one, but now you can see him disengage and pulling back, as they know this is a very slim round for them to take. Trying to find a kill, and they're successful at it. Sammy, will he spot the player? The answer is yes. Python, had he got that kill, they would have committed for the retake. But again, in a man disadvantage, you got to pull back. You got to save your guns. It will be another round for the Polish boys.
Yeah, they're going to secure, at worst, a tie performance on the T side of Nuke. And yeah, this isn't the old Nuke where it's super CT-sided, but this is still a statement from Walczaki, and they might even take away the AWP. Nevera's able to make sure that that doesn't happen, but feels like it's taking everything that Clutchain have to hold on to some guns in the aftermath of these rounds. They're conceding so many bomb explosions after failing to succeed in any site defense. It's really been rough for them. And they take a gamble here to try to play outside. It's the opposite. Walczaki waltz in, and what are you gonna do about that? Down a man you cannot retake.
It's like whatever Clutchain do, Walczaki is one step ahead and playing some very elementary Counter-Strike. Fundamentals are looking really good. That's what wins you rounds at the end of the day, continues to do so. 1-for-1 trade, still Kyojin alive, hoping to survive, and there you go, a multi-kill found. Even Scream activating, though a bomb plant found, as Olymp is in a very low percentage 1v4, but why not look for something? And he knows that one player is in vents. Let's see if he can at least dispatch of a few players before conceding the round. There's one. And now he's looking for more. One guy is just trapped in vents, though 2 players coming to the side. Olymp needs to take care of that beforehand. They're already touching that defuse. Olymp looking to make some damage happen. Opening single, unable to hit Scream. It will be a second for Clutchain, but it just goes to show how scary Walczaki are that I have been convinced that Olymp has an opportunity in 1v4.
Yes, absolutely the case. They try to bait it out with the wounded player, and then Kyojin makes a ton of noise on the ladder after. It wasn't a foregone conclusion that there were two players there. It's not like a bunch of noise had been made or heard. He could have just shift walked away from that position and would have been better, but nerves maybe? Hard to say. Either way, Walczaki lose a round. It's a rare case. You can see why they were our Tipsport favorite odds here. 4.0 return on Clutchain because of how unlikely their victory was in this series. Well, Navera wants to change our mind about that. He's cleared Moonwalk from outside. This commits everybody else to an inner hit. Oh, well, I say everybody else. Reiko has an opportunity. No, Navera punishes, and Python and Shogu, the rifle duo, are clearing the deck inside the upper site. Sammy unable to convert further. Kyojin will finish him off, and that is the third round for Clutchain. At best they can do is 3 more. That would be 5 in a row to tie things up. Seems pretty unlikely. I have a feeling Walczaki have a few plans for CT side as well. So pace might end up abating just a moment, but Walczaki are definitely looking for more than just 6, especially with how the start of this map went.
Well, at least you can see some fight left in Clutchain, and this should be a quick and easy cleanup. Just one deagle in the hands of the Poles, so should be no problem for the Clutchain boys to grab number 4. The question is, when the Walczaki boys are back on a bye, can you actually stand your ground, as was the case in the previous round? Boost made on red, as they're looking to put this Sammy Deeg to good use. So far, nobody spotted, just a few shots exchanged. Barely any health lost on any of the players, but... Ooh, the bomb is going to get planted on B, something that even we have missed, and not only Clutchain. Again, some extra cash will be going into the pockets of Walczaki, and Clutchain need to scramble to get to the site. Yeah, it's easy when you're outgunning your opponents, but you still need to win that round. Though, guarded by only one player. Shouldn't be an issue, especially given that Olymp only has a Glock, but you got to hurry up before the cavalry arrives. Even Glocks can be a bit dangerous, and yeah, they're already there. That deagle might actually come into play, and time is running out. You need to commit. You need to start defusing that bomb, even though you have a kit. That needs to happen as soon as possible. Good thing for Clutchain, the Walczaki boys can't really stand the test against fully armored, fully equipped CTs, but that was close when you look at the bomb timer.
Yeah, 2 deagles and you still end up with a C4 plant down to the last 2 seconds before it went off. That was really close at the end of the day. Props to Clutchain for keeping composure, but definitely a little unforced error here to let B open in that way. Walczaki have impressive pathfinding, that's for sure. Olymp getting his way there real quick. Stealthy too.
Yeah, they're being quite creative, at least so far. Of course, creativity wasn't what led to them leading. It was just shooting heads, though. Shogu can find a frag of his own as well. And Clutchain finally coming to their own on this map. They took their sweet time to come online, but now they seem to be looking a lot better than in those opening rounds.
Yeah, that's true. Walczaki don't have a magic potion excuse here either. Moonwalk getting domed on the side, doesn't quite turn away from the flash, it seems, and now Sammy falling from this re-aggression from Kyojin. Olymp, he's found a couple of clothesliners. He throws the flash towards ramp and then doubles back, expecting the flank to come to him. Op not holding for him just yet. Navera now trained on Squeak, and Olymp seems like he wants to go in that direction. Gonna just stand the smoke here, waiting for an angle to present itself. Navera should have him hook, line, and sinker, and does. Sails him on through. It is 5 rounds for Clutchain. We're very nearly tying this up. There was money to buy if Clutchain ended up losing that round. Instead, Walczaki sent back packing. They do not have a lot of cash to their name.
Clutchain managing to read their opponents just in the nick of time before this scoreline ran away from them. And Navera getting an op shot for himself as well. 8-3 Navera. Frag-wise, looking solid. Kyojin, though, was the real hero of Clutchain so far on this CT side. Held his own against multiple players multiple times.
Yeah.
Let's see what's next. Again, pushing outside is the side of Walczaki. No smokes fallen, though, and that might lead to Clutchain having some wrong conclusions of what could happen in this one.
Yeah, very, very rare for a T side to attempt crossing, particularly when they know an op is in play. That's most likely where Navarra is going to be. A couple of utility pieces start to come alive now. They should know those were thrown close. There was no bounce to it. Now they're already storming the lower site. Reiko holding outside in case anybody wants to rotate towards Secret. That's going to give them a lot of intel, and Python is going to try to burrow himself in, lay the trap. There's player splitter. Moonwalk sends a few shards of bullets that way, and Sammy with the bomb has just been shot away. He's down. Navarra's taken business, but despite this upper collapse, Walczaki don't have a lot of tools to their disposal. The bomb was on Sammy's back. Reiko and Olymp in a 2v3.
A very low percentage 2v3, given that they don't have control of the bomb. Navarra completely blind. Needs to pull back, somehow survives. Python now on the backstab, opens the door and clotheslines Reiko. Olymp dies as well, and Clutchain have done it. They've managed to tie up the scoreline by half send. Let's see what they can do in the second half of play.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Clutchain making the mini comeback in the first half, but their work is still not done. Not even close after losing the first map. Let's see if they can get this over the line and take us to the map 3. Of course, a lot of work left to be done. A tied result after your CT half, not the best position to be in, but a pistol round might bring them even more momentum. Squeaky break, Shogu kill. Reiku still quite close.
No way.
Kills go the way of Clutchain, only for a short while. It's still a 3v3, but the T's go to B as they want to plant the bomb. Navarra's lurk still to come into play. Let's see what he can do with that. 3 versus 3, and Sammy very low HP. Shogu finds another, and it's only Sammy left. Nice shot to begin with, but still 2 more left to find with such little points of health and no kit on him as well. Absolutely nothing he can do, and knows, or rather Clutchain know, that they just need to stay put and milk out the timer as they're doing just that. Ooh, nice shot for Sammy. And now he's just banging out, hoping that Kyojin presents himself, which won't be the case. No time left on the bomb. It will be a Clutchain victory in the pistol round. Should Sammy find another kill, well, that's $300 in his back pocket for the next. But it's Clutchain in the lead on Nuke.
Flashy shots, but no round to go with them. Even if there had been a kit at that point, the time was very well documented. It was a Clutchain victory through and through. They wasted no time in immediately storming downstairs. Shogu clears the last player and goes right there through the vent. So that worked out wonderfully for Clutchain. We'll see what their T-side plan is going to be, because this will be a force buy. We got the Mag 7 on Moonwalk. He actually refunds it for an MP9, which certainly makes a little bit more sense. Just wanted the caster to say it out loud. Well, you got your wish, buddy.
I mean, Clutchain won 2 pistols on Anubis. The follow-up rounds were the problem.
Yep.
Hopefully for them, that will change on this one.
That's right. Walczaki ended up scoring the pistol to start our proceedings off. Wasn't really anything worth writing home about for Clutchain. This one hopefully is different. And then you can tell they're maybe playing with a little bit more respect now, knowing that there could be a crazy push coming. Walczaki sending a few through secret. That's the first CT taken care of. Second one likely heard the footsteps. Reiko is now going to have to burrow in over here and just hope that his opponents make some kind of mistake or oversight. Calling for a flash maybe, but Python's just going to clear it with contact, and that's going to be another dead body on the side of the defenders. Looking very unlikely that Walczaki will convert.
Still a scout outside position. Let's see if Sammy can connect a hit. These smokes aren't falling, only a flash to boot. Connect hit, actually. Scream left on 32, some damage dealt to Nevera. Olim good only for one. For a moment there, you thought that he might stand a chance to find a multi-kill. Moonwalk looking to do the same. Not going to be the case as he dies as well. Sammy versus 3 now. Finds one, but Shogu dispatches of him. And what I said at the beginning of the best of 3 continues to reign true. Shogu being the one that Clutchain can always rely on.
And rely on they must, because Nevera and Scream are having a little bit of a slower awakening into this map. Nevera looking pretty good, but it's always the T side that becomes a little bit harder for the Opera on Nuke. So you expect a little bit of a cooling down period. Some impressive shots again from Sammy. He does manage to connect 3 scout shots, one of which ends up a kill. Been a really big cooldown from Buy-Me from this map to as compared to the first. Moonwalk also struggling a bit more as well. Let's see how they settle into the CT side, however. It's just going to be some upgraded pistols and a single MP9. This round, much less likely to find anything than the previous. Olin making a lot of noise, calling out some tags through the wall and some utility expenditure. Moonwalk trying to do the same. Reiko has come alive with a couple of deagle shots. It turns this on its head. 3 versus 5 and a couple of rifles to be recovered. Buy-Me holding the door down when it comes to Hut. Where did Clutchain even want to go from here?
Yeah, it's a very confusing round for Clutchain. You lose 2 players, you gain absolutely nothing. You even lose the space you acquire. Yeah, damage was dealt. Some of that must have been calmed over, but I don't think all of that was, and those deagle shots might put the fear of God into Clutchain. As they want to enter that A-bomb site will be very risky with so many CTs scattered about. 30 seconds on the clock. Clutchain need to hurry up. They need to find an opening somewhere, and Scream is going to try his hand towards ramp. His teammates still waiting in front of A. Let's see if Scream has what it takes. Spots the shoulder of Sammy, but with 20 seconds, they need to commit. Kyojin opening things up, and Scream finding another. Reiko dead, but Scream as well. Buy-Me, they're almost nailing Kyojin to the wall, but left on 29 points of health. He needs to plant the bomb. Olim taking his sweet time to climb on top of heaven, but Kyojin just scatters away. And this is the best play because there is no kit on the Walczaki side. It seems like Clutchain have managed to finally get this one over the line. Does he want to stick it? That's the question. Will Kyojin fall for it? Now, oh, so little time left. He needs to peek. Kyojin needs to peek. So little time, but somehow he does it on time and grabs number 9 for his team.
Very impressive there as a clutch from Kyojin puts his team up 3 rounds as they attempt to secure Nuke. T-side looking like it shouldn't take much longer for things to iron out, but Walczaki have a bye into the next. They've done a lot of economic damage. They've scored a lot of kills and made a lot of these rounds messy. Excellent attempt on both sides. Olaf and Reiko taking the fights outside and in ramp made a lot of sense too. They were the armored players. Everybody else had no armor to speak of, so trading off of them made a lot of sense. Grabbing extra weapons and giving it to them, they equally ended up working out. Now Sammy with that AWP already brought down pretty low as a failed attempt at fighting for squeak control. It's going the way of Clutchain. He maybe considers going lower. Indeed has done so. It's Olaf tested at ramp again. He holds his nerve and shoots in the back of the head. Shogu going down. Kyojin very low for the trade, and the bomb will be recovered. Sammy already here, taking a walk towards Splitter from the backside low. The second shot is good. A flick on a Nevera, but he's burned out from the backside, and Scream's able to take care of that. Reiko making some noise, but the flash might have masked it. This is still a live round for sure. especially with Baimi finding kills outside. Oh, couldn't quite find Kyojin as he was lingering around outside Dark, who's going to open the door.
He's so nervous for both teams. Do you have what it takes? Yeah, you do. Scream dead, Kyojin on 12. This looks like a Walczaki round through and through, and they've been waiting for a long time. It was 6-1. Let's not forget that. It was 8 rounds on the trot for Clutch. But now they couldn't get it over the line. Kyojin waiting for a mistake to be made. It won't be the case. It's Walczaki on 7.
Okay, and they recover an AK for their troubles. I don't think Baimi scored it, but the AWP is brought back out for the side of Walczaki. The defense will once again have that. That was a very important tool in their shed when it came to holding the lower site. In some ways, it was fortuitous. Sammy gets shot up a little bit, moving towards the vent, so he cowers into the lower site, and his burrowed position allows a little bit of frustration for Clutchain, not only getting the frag on Nevera, but closing out, slowing down their push, and as they became more stagnant, Walczaki were able to rotate around. Now everybody's a little bit better equipped, with the exception of Olymp, who's going to be going towards Trophy Room. Oh, he's going full send on it. He finds out what's happening a little bit, but fluffs the movement. I feel like he could have maybe shift walked a little bit longer. Didn't want to miss his timing, ends up missing his shots instead.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Clutchain to stretch their legs towards ramp, and they'll be going exactly there. A molly to boot, nothing that Sammy can do, though. Still through the flames, finds Shogun, brings it back into a 4v4. A quick rotate for Moonwalk, looking to do something, though. Scream better than him, only using the SMG. Baimi opens up the single door, but they can plant the bomb, no problem. Baimi finds one, but it gets taken out. And maintaining a man advantage is Clutchain. Reiko now on Splitter. They still want to commit to this, but Sammy is going to be very careful as he does not want to lose that AWP. It's basically Reiko's round to try something. And Scream, did he spot Sammy? He could have an easy kill here, but Reiko found a kill onto Kyojin. This could be round over, though. Reiko still commits Nevera Dare to take care of him. And it's 10 for Clutchain. They make these small guns work, and they put Walczaki back in a very uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, we could go to all 3 maps here in this series. Gotta watch out for Clutchain boys on Nuke. I keep telling people they're a little bit more flavorful than you would expect. Some spice in their play. Walczaki finding it out on the T side, no less, the Clutchain T side. Their defense is going to be a little bit more scrappy now. No AWP, so Sammy's going to have to play around with the rifle. He has had that cooling off period that we mentioned, but he was looking better with the sniper in his hands. No longer afforded that luxury as outside control is taken by Storm. Baimi just shooting around inside that smoke, seeing what else he can maybe come up with. Yeah. Kyojin not going to be falling, not for it this time. Those mollies shouldn't flush Sammy out. In fact, I don't think they're going to give any information over to the side of Clutchain. Reiko's holding in the lower area. This is an awkward position for Clutchain to be in. They kind of are between 2 different positions of actual control while not exerting it in either place.
Yeah, very tough situation. Even though you got the map control you wanted in the early stage of the round, what do you do next? You're waiting for Walczaki to make a mistake, but they're not budging. They're just waiting for you to come to them. 45 seconds on the clock, still not of the essence for Clutchain, but at some point they're going to have to hurry up. 1-for-1 trade. Baimi unable to bring a frag back for his team and give them the advantage. Now, maybe that's the cue for Clutchain to attack A. The 3 players will be defending, and Shogun might be in trouble unless he is the one that brings the trouble. No chance to expect Baimi there. Olymp on Heaven finds another kill, and these SMGs are doing work. Nevera and Python left, but very uncomfortable. Python found a frag. Nevera there to help as well. Sammy dead, 2-on-2, but they need to plant the bomb as soon as possible. And where is it? It's on one of the players' backs. They need to commit to it. So little time left on the clock, and the CTs are approaching. Olymp finds one, Moonwalks to find the other, and it's Walczaki on 8. Not letting Clutchain escape when it comes to the result.
No, they are not, but let's be real here, guys. This has been a very expensive round for the defenders, and they will win this one. They'll get a good injection, but I don't think they're going to have the the greatest of buys here. Clutchain on the other side, they're also faced a bit of a reset in that round, but they should still have enough to force. And if they just teeter them over, that could be the end. That could be Walczaki conceding the map at the end of the day. As Clutchain would likely break their economy for an easy number 12.
Well, nothing's easy.
We're gonna have to see about that. Yeah, that's fair. Fair. Clearly, that last round was anything but easy.
And they won't be investing. A few deagles, that's all you got heading into this one. You want to have a proper buy in the next. You don't want to risk it and try to reset the opposing team. You want to get a buy as soon as possible, and that's respectable for Clutchain.
Agreed. I dig it. Not often we see that in the lower level. Cooler heads sometimes prevail. Not at the apex of pressure just yet, but Clutchain do face elimination if they lose this map. Is that a risk they want to take? The answer is no. They do not want to go for a force. They'll keep some money in reserve and see if they can't just take things away from their opponents.
These Deagles looking to make their mark, but already Walczaki know what's up, and I don't think that they're going to have the courage to poke out of Mini again. Reiko, first point of contact, gets blown away, but Navera, though by me there to keep his head cool and hold his ground, no problem. Yeah, 2 guns lost. Shouldn't be that big of an issue for Walczaki. It will be their number 9, and only 1 round separating these 2 teams, as Clutchain are again under a little bit of stress.
Bit of a strugglesome start there in Clutchain's deco round. We saw Navera find a frag, but immediately be traded, and it wasn't until that kill right there from Kyojin, which was immediately traded. Excellent play from Baimi in that anti-deco. Now we're on to those proper guns. Navera no op. No sniper for him. Baimi does have his, of course. He did get a frag in the previous. Look at this aggression. That's crazy. Reiko really playing with fire there and trying to knock Clutchain off, and almost succeeded in disbalancing them. Maybe something to watch out for as they retake outside control. You needing to use all that utility to try to flush him out eventually. It's just the bullets that'll do it, and Python finding a timing. That makes it much harder now.
Yeah, Baimi might be in trouble. He's still looking to find something, though. Scream takes his head, and Clutchain controlling the situation, keeping themselves firmly into the driver's seat, though Olib's still a bit of a threat as he takes out 1. He'll be needing to find more. Navera just missed a player going a secret. Luckily, he saw it, but does that make a difference? The answer is no. Scream dead as well, and this round is running away from Clutchain. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2, and definitely an active round for Walczaki, as Clutchain players are scrambling to get to that C4. 45 seconds on the clock, as they will grab that bomb. Walczaki players nowhere to be seen, but now they're even a bigger threat, as you have no idea where they're tucked in. Olib, trigger, discipline, finds one, not the other, as he cannot control the spray. Navera left on 26 points of health, manages to plant the bomb, but Moonwalk right around the corner will be getting his team to an even score line.
He sure will be. He's going to look around for that sniper that Sammy dropped earlier. Once he secures that, he'll be going right back around, scooping up some utility. And that, my friends, is double digits. Tie game. Walczaki coming back on the defense. They don't have a lot of money in reserve, but they will buy up into the next round. It'll be Reiko who struggles. Moonwalk will likely drop him. And that will be not a very stable amount of money to fall back on, but Walczaki still being able to fire back, that's a big story here. Clutchain, they're gonna be struggling for a little bit, it seems. Olip here, you could tell nerves got the better of him, looking a little foolish, had the round in the palm of his hands, but he still scores 1, some damage to the other. The MP9 making short work of the last player.
Clutchain again, not making the most of their opportunities. I said that on Anubis as well, might come back to haunt them, and it certainly is, judging by this buy. They're prepared to concede another, give Walczaki the lead. Baimi wants to bring the fight to them, no problem to take care of Scream, and he actually wants to re-engage. Kyojin not expecting him in that angle, and he just continues. It's a field day for Baimi. Sammy wants to get in on some of that action, but Baimi is looking to find the ace, and it should be easy, though Python Stack 9 grabs that ace out of his hands, though Python should be dying very, very quickly as the CTs are swarming him, as Walczaki take the lead at the tail end of map number 2.
Man, this is so dangerous now for Clutchain, because that was a round where they only lost 1 CT. Walczaki can absolutely make something happen here. Not only if Clutchain win the next round, there should still be a bye into the next. Some kind of bye, even if it's not the perfect. Yeah, of course. After the first 3, why not score one through the wall? Make it happen, man.
Would have been a very good-looking ace. Clutchain back on a bye, but facing dire straits should they lose this round. Sammy unable to find the opening kill. Scream looking to fire back, not going to find anything just yet. As now they're waiting for the dust to settle, the smokes to disperse. Walczaki still want to be aggressive. Being a bit of a nuisance on the CT side works well for them. Clutchain looking for a way to tie up the scoreline. Sammy looking for trouble, just peeking slowly, and no trouble finding Shogu.
Yeah.
There's Scream as well, and Sammy's off the leash. A +2 make it a +3 for Walczaki, and they'll be facing match points. Reiko is gonna find that final kill. Doesn't matter that he burns in the molly. It's 2 match points, Walczaki.
The series point has been achieved, and there's no hope for Clutchain to make it out of here without a whole lot of extra rounds. Let's see what they got up their sleeve. Have they reached the apex of their run here in the Conquest of Prague? I think Tipsport odds were actually quite on the money this time around, as they often have been. Who am I to convert anyone who would be looking at those? There's a reason the bookies had this one pegged as a easy win for Walczaki. It hasn't been easy in this second map, but Clutchain looking very, very dire. Down to Galil's, a single AK, Kyojin's Deagle, and Reiko is outside again with the opener, just absolutely mauling them in the final moments of Nuke. Of course, Sammy's up to his usual tricks, a 2-piece from him, and he's finally felled, but Kyojin now has to deal with 4 CTs. It's not enough. Walczaki are into the play-ins, and ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of Scream, the end of Clutchain in Tipsport Conquest of Prague.
They fought bravely, they fought courageously, and Bimey did not stop laughing from the beginning till the end of Nuke. It is Walczaki going through to the play-ins and Clutchain being eliminated. Congratulations to Walczaki. They lost their organization while they were fighting it out in the Conquest of Prague, but their conquest continues, and they'll be fighting tomorrow in those best-of-3s in the play-in stage. Only 2 best-of-3s left for them to make it to land, and that must feel really, really good. Clutchain, on the other hand, what can you say about them? They fought well. We didn't expect a lot from them, and they got the victories. In the end, not enough to make it through the Swiss stage. They got a lot of experience from this, something we had to add, and Nevera has been saying that all tournament long. They're here for the experience. They're here for the VRS points, and at the end of the day, even though they lost, it's still a bit of a victory for them due to the fact that this is a team that is only recently assembled, so we could see some big things from them in the future.
Yeah, honestly, it's maybe more than we could have hoped for from a team that features a returning lineup of many of the Counter-Strike's most famous players, shall we say, from the region of France and Belgium, lining up together. It wasn't enough to take a map off of Walczaki at the end, but I mean, listen, these guys have been grinding a lot of Counter-Strike. You said it today. Wasn't this their 3rd best-of-3 just today? It's outrageous to think that they ended up going 2 for 1 in best-of-3s today. And that is the end of our Swiss stage. You can see the graphic on your screen right there. The 3 and 2 teams end up being tricked, taking out the hometown heroes of Sinners. Unity make it over narrowly over LMBT's standing in for MOUZ NXT earlier today. And just now, Walczaki punching their ticket into the play-in. We will be seeing some interesting matchups there. Those 3-1 and 3-2 teams will have to duke it out against them. Round 1 of our decider stage is, as you see here, Young Ninjas against Unity, a team that most likely should be considered the favorite against an Academy squad once again. Walczaki against Trick, that one I have a feeling will be Walczaki favored, just based on what I've seen so far from them. And round 2, the winner of those first couple matches will face off against either Eyeballers or Kalesi. We could even see a Polish derby for qualification.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting, and I think the Poles will be very happy to have some representation. If it comes to that, of course, Walczaki facing against Kolesi, you would know that at least one Polish team would go through to LAN, and I think for every Polish fan, that would be absolutely amazing. Though we did have a lot of interesting Counter-Strikes so far in the Conquest of Prague, and there's only a few more days left. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, of course, the 3 days of the LAN finals, and afterwards we will find out who our new champion will be. I'm saying that because Fnatic have been eliminated a lot earlier than we anticipated, Pronogo, so we will have a new champion this year. And I'm very excited about tomorrow's match. 1700 hours, the Conquest of Prague continues, so be sure to tune in so you can figure out who will be one best of 3 away from making it to LAN. That is it for today. We wish you a good night.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.